Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Dagarajan.
Good afternoon, Nishikant. How are you?
I'm good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Devato.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jane.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kamble. So you're on mute.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kamble.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Just give me a second, please.
I couldn't hear you properly, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes.
I think Mr. Palevar from MSME Development Institute, Government of India, has also joined us. Mr. Palevar, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Ahire.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sarang.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Harshdeep, sir.
So you're on mute. We couldn't hear you.
Yeah. So how have we scheduled this?
We're just beginning in about a couple of minutes, sir. We're just waiting for the Council General of Brazil to join in, and we'll begin.
Okay, so who is going to start?
Mr. Nishikant Ahire will start, followed by Mr. Tyagarajan.
Okay, then
Then there are Council Generals, and then is your speech, sir.
I am after Consul Generals.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
But I think the Consul General of Brazil has also joined. So I'll introduce Mr. Nishikant Ahire, and then we can begin. May I request everyone who's not talking to keep themselves on mute so that there is no disturbance? A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry, I welcome you all to the second day of the 6th edition of CII Western Region MSME Summit. Yesterday, we had a very engaging and excellent day one of this conference, and here we are with the day two. We start off with the plenary session, and to begin today's session, may I please request Mr. Nishikant Ahire, the convener for CII Maharashtra State Panel on MSME and Chairman and Managing Director, Machine House India Private Limited, to please deliver the welcome remarks. Mr. Ahire, you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Asim. And good afternoon, everybody. And it's a warm welcome from CII Maharashtra and MSME committee for this summit and exhibition. It's a digital event. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Harshdeep Kamble, Development Commissioner, Industries, Government of Maharashtra, Mr. P.M. Parlewal, Director, MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME, Mr. Deveto, Consul General, Consulate General and Promotion Center of Argentina Republic, Mr. Patriota, Consul General, Consulate General in Brazil in Mumbai, our own Mr. B. Tyagarajan, Deputy Chairman, CII Western Region and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, Mr. Sarang Jadhav, Co-Convener, CII Maharashtra Panel of MSME and Executive Director, Tulex Engineers Private Limited, Asim, Jain, Swapnil and team CII. After a wonderful program yesterday, I welcome you all to the second day of the 6th edition of CII Western Region MSME Summit and Exhibition 2020. Yesterday's program was a powerful session with eminent speakers and experts from different segments throwing light on way to give the needed impetus for the MSME to help recover and get them back on the path of the growth of prosperity. It's bouncing back for everyone. Yesterday we had Honorable Minister Subhash Desai, Government of for Industries, Government of Maharashtra, and Mr. P. Anal Bagam, CEO MIDC. They discussed on various policy initiatives, intentions and steps taken by Government of Maharashtra to promote MSMEs in the state. We also had Consul General of Singapore and Indonesia participating and speaking about various opportunities for MSMEs in their countries and potential for Indian MSMEs to grow further to touch the new heights. We had 3 trade commissioners of Namibia, Mauritius and Colombia briefing about way to scaling up businesses and to reach global platform. They shared various prospects that are available for MSMEs across various countries, cross-border trade. In the panel discussions on adopting digitization to boost MSMEs productivity, we had eminent speakers who spoke on how new age technologies and digitization can help MSMEs to catch up with the new normal world and attain global standards. Today is another wonderful day which will provide a wonderful opportunity for the participants to collaborate and learn from the high-level delegations present today. Today we have Consul General of Argentina and Brazil with us to share their perspectives about opportunities for Indian MSMEs to keep their businesses alive and thriving. We also have with us Dr. Harshdeep Kamble, Development Commissioner, Industries, Government of Maharashtra, and Mr. P.M. Parlewal, Director, MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME. To share the steps taken by government to exploit full potential of MSME sector. It is critical for government to create a comprehensive ecosystem for the MSMEs to get back on track and start conducting business. Today's panel discussions on policy reforms to make MSMEs Atmanirbhar will focus on such policy reforms required to boost the MSME sector. Another panel discussions on bringing back exports for MSMEs in the COVID-19 era will detail about best practices that can be inculcated among the Indian MSMEs to maintain world-class quality exports, as exports play a crucial role for the MSMEs. Thank you and look forward to have another exciting day. May I now request Mr. B. Thiagarajan, Deputy Chairman, CII Western Region and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, to deliver this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nishikant Hire, for the opportunity to speak here. I welcome all the participants and very good afternoon to all of you. Mr. P.M. Parlewal, Director, MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME. Dr. Harshdeep Kamble, Development Commissioner, Industries, Government of Maharashtra. Mr. Guillermo Devoto, Consul General of the Argentine Republic. Mr. Guilherme Patriota, Consul General of Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and privilege to address you this afternoon. Thank you for your participation. I haven't missed many of these. This is the 6th edition of the MSME Summit. This is one event which I have regarded as a flagship event of CII Western Region. And year after year, the participation grows, and it is a pleasure to meet with our MSMEs who are a role model for rest of the country. There are quite a few flagship programs and the processes they run and they demonstrate, which I will deal with a little while later. The pandemic is not yet over, but during this particular period of time, the zeal and the conviction with which our MSMEs from Maharashtra and Western region has dealt with the situation and has risen to the occasion is remarkable. As you can imagine, they were badly hit in terms of finance and other measures, but no sooner than the lockdown was lifted, they have risen to the occasion. They are on a great recovery path. Not only they had looked after their business and their employees, they also supported, along with CII Foundation, in delivering. You may be seeing in some of the films here that social cause in looking after the society during the pandemic, in distributing the PPEs or the food and medical supplies, and Maharashtra did a great job in this regard. I would like to place on record my appreciation to the Ministry of MSME for their remarkable efforts and continued efforts during this pandemic period, without which we would have faced difficult challenges. The long due change of MSME definition has been well embraced by all the stakeholders of the MSME sector, especially in these trying times, and it has come as a ray of hope for the MSMEs in this difficult year. It is heartening to see the success of the Champion portal, which was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable MSME Minister. The industry overall is highly optimistic about this initiative, which seeks to transform Indian MSMEs into global champions while addressing their concerns. As you can see, quite a few consul generals are participating. They participated yesterday and many more will participate tomorrow. we are taking MSMEs in the global arena in a big way. This is a stepping stone and yet another milestone for us. Another laudable initiative of the ministry is the credit guarantee scheme for subordinate debt for the stressed and the NPA MSMEs, which addresses the financing need of the MSMEs and will help them regain momentum for growth. The overall six-point agenda for MSMEs under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative announced by the Honorable Finance Minister has been widely acknowledged by the industry at large. We welcome the move to create a fund of funds for the MSMEs and the announcement of no global tenders for procurement up to 200 crores. This is a welcome move. With 67% of our members belonging to MSME sector, it is likely to become much more with the changed definition. We have been undertaking several initiatives for MSMEs, especially to help them rebuild and rebound in the new world. It gives me immense pleasure to share that CII this year completed 125 years of its service to the nation. All through these years, we have been working in partnership with the industry, government, bilateral agencies, international agencies, and the civil society for creation of a sustainable environment conducive to the development of India and mutual benefit. At personal level, I also would like to stress that by Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are not closing the doors to the international countries. More we are open, we will exchange and we will look at the sustainable growth for all the nations and the world at large. At the national level, we have many ongoing initiatives for MSMEs. There are 4 key pillars in MSMEs, which I would like to highlight. The first one is the policy advocacy. The second one is financing facilitation center for MSMEs. The third one is technology facilitation, upgradation, and implementation. The fourth one is trade, including business opportunities for exports and domestic. Policy advocacy and initiatives, it encompasses policy, demand creation, competitiveness, and EODB. Talking about demand creation, CII has recommended to the Ministry of MSMEs for the creation of trade and market facilitation centers and global trade desk. For competitiveness, that is technology, R&D, and innovation, CII suggested a public-private partnership model for collaboration in terms of established tool rooms and technology centers under the ministry and startups and MSME partnerships. For competitiveness, that is financing needs, CII recommended making accessible alternate financing sources to MSMEs through NBFCs and other sources and need to resolve the issue of delayed payments. Also, the barrier to finance such as credit appraisal, collateral-based lending, credit guarantee schemes have been identified and put forth to RBI. For the ease of doing business and other compliance, CII has suggested that MSMEs moving from informal to formal sector should be exempted from approvals and inspections for a period of 3 years under all state laws. Existing MSMEs should be allowed to seek renewal approvals based on self-certification, subject to satisfactory track record. CII has also suggested rationalizing compliance requirements, digitization of processes by streamlining and removing redundancies across key processes such as registering property, construction permits, etc. It was also suggested to reserve 20% of land in the upcoming SEZs or the strategic corridor for MSMEs. CII Finance Facilitation Center for MSMEs. This center addresses financial needs of MSMEs by providing credit facilitation, advisory, and compliance services, operating in partnership with the leading banks and other financial institutions. CII, in partnership with the Ministry of MSME, recently organized the MSME Money Mobility Initiative for MSMEs to bring convergence with regard to making available funding options to the entire MSME spectrum. The month-long initiative saw MSMEs across the country apply for their loan requirements on a CII customized platform. You will be pleased to note that CII received around 11,000 loan applications under Loan Mela, with 535 applications receiving the in-principle approval to the tune of rupees 351.87 crores. till 11th September 2020. More than 20 banks were part of this initiative, consisting of both public and private sector banks. Technology facilitation and upgradation for MSMEs, that is the CII Tech Suction, is a project for MSMEs. Tech Suction means it is technology enablement, is a project that was launched last year in August 2019 by Honorable MSME Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari, aimed at technology adoption for strengthening the MSME ecosystem, as also ensuring the sustainability in long run. The project functions on a three-pronged strategy, that is training, hand-holding and mentorship workshops at cluster level, policy advocacy, promotion of government schemes and government interventions, technology awareness and large campaign online portal, etc. For providing the right set of solutions and service, CII has partnered with various solution providers in various fields to create a consortium of technology giants: Dell, HP, Intel, Visa, Vodafone, and Idea, and technical partner as KPMG. In the current context, technology adoption for MSMEs has assumed critical significance. The project team is also working very closely with the Ministry of MSMEs, Task Force on Industry 4.0. CII Tech Section team has participated in the first meeting held on October 1, 2020, and second meeting held on October 17, 2020, which was highly appreciated. Post this meeting, we have submitted the recommendation to Mr. Sudhir Garg, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, who is leading this task force. We have also shared a note on tech section approach on engaging with the clusters, understanding their challenges, and providing hand-holding support for best fit Industry 4.0 solutions in the identified clusters. CII every year partners with the ministry to organize annual Global SME Business Summit, and this year SME Summit will mark its 17th edition. The virtual summit is scheduled on 9th and 10th December 2020. There is another initiative, which is e-directory. CII also is developing an e-directory called MSME Connect, which is exclusive to the MSME members of CII. And this directory would be shared with various stakeholders to boost trade. The directory will match product, HSN code, turnover, employees, etc., enabling a virtual marketplace. Finally, I must say that I am proud of MSMEs with whom I interact. They have risen to the occasion. They are real global players. There are many role models which the country can emulate. Next one is CII's own diversity initiatives. The men and women equally are successful entrepreneurs as far as MSMEs are concerned. Third one is the youngsters, the next generation MSMEs. You will find many of them youngsters bubbling with enthusiasm to take it to the next level. Finally, we also pursue affirmative action, the equal rights for scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and upliftment of the poor. Apart from being entrepreneurs, they generate a lot of employment, and today they will be the backbone of Indian economy. With these words, I would like to conclude my address. Thank you for your time and opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagarajan, for setting the tone for the day. Now, may I request Mr. Gulirno Devato, Consul General and Promotion, Center for Argentina Republic, to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say Eid Mubarak for the important Muslim community in this country and in the Muslim business people. I thank you, CII, because you're always present in all occasions, of course, for Indians and many times for foreigners that want to learn more. As you know, Argentina is the 8th largest country in the world, and India is the 7th largest country in area in the world. So we are not that different in sizes. However, India has 1.3 billion more inhabitants than Argentina, with only 45 million. But this difference doesn't make any difference in terms of small or medium-sized companies. We also have the same panorama as you have in terms of companies. So our most dynamic part of the economy and the companies that export the most are small and medium-sized companies. And also there are micro companies that are very active too. So we are going through the same problems that the Indian economy is going now with the pandemic. And that requires, of course, the presence of the government. That's why taxpayers pay the government for. However, after the second quarter, the Argentine companies, I think same is happening probably in India, starting to have some more optimism regarding the first quarter of next year. And but of course, they are counting on the government to give strong support, not only in financing or tax issues, but also in training, in particular in new technologies, IT, all we are using now here that seems to be the leap forward in technology to interact among companies, but also in other aspects of training, including gender equality. So different areas of companies that will require help in this particular situation. So it's not more than that I can contribute to this important event. Usually I turn to the CII for help. Of course, our doors are always open, but the CII with this fabulous network of contacts in the country always is very helpful. But what I can contribute, as I said before, is in what our government is doing for the micro, small, and medium-sized companies. The External Affairs Ministry of Argentina is also helping through collaboration between public and private sector. We are here doing that. This is, as you mentioned, is a trade promotion center. We only have 11 in the world. We have 160 offices all over the world, but only 11 are trade promotion centers, are like little embassies because of the importance of this city and this country. You know? We have others in Frankfurt, in Milan, in New York, Los Angeles, Shanghai, but also here in Mumbai. So we are also trying to help our companies to get investment from India. As around 12 companies who invested in Argentina very successfully. And also we have also some very successful companies here, very big companies here in India. Something I would like to point out is that this moment maybe companies turn to the government to ask for protection also because of this particular situation of the pandemic. But we cannot forget that the world will continue to be an interconnected world. And if our companies want to grow, Indian companies from all over the world, will need to be open to business with other countries, not only for export, but also for imports, because, you know, one thing is a two-way road. So I have it in mind. I would like to thank again for the invitation to be part of this important event. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deveto, for your guidance and sharing with us about the opportunities of cooperation between India and your wonderful country. As I believe, there is also good opportunity for agriculture, cooperation between agriculture between both these countries, because size-wise, as you rightly said, we are almost of the same size. So probably we face the same situation. So thank you once again.
I would like to add only, I'd like to add that we have an area similar to India, only 45 million people. So the rest of the country is mostly devoted to agriculture. So we have a technology, very advanced technology. We are cooperating already with Indian companies. So of course, agriculture is very important business for Argentina as it is for India.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now may I request Mr. Petriotto, Consul General of Brazil in Mumbai, to deliver his address.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Nishikanta. I hope you can all hear me. Yes, great. I have a bit of a lengthier intervention, so I hope you can bear with me and find it of interest. First of all, I would like to thank the Confederation of Indian Industries for inviting me to the 6th edition of the 2020 Summit on MSMEs. As you know, I'm the Consul General of Brazil here in Mumbai. The jurisdiction of this consulate covers not only the state of Maharashtra, but also Karnataka and Goa. Goa is a very important state for Brazil. We have a common legacy. We share a common historical past due to the Portuguese presence. It's an honor to exchange with the CII, its members, and other distinguished panelists, such as my friend Guillermo from Argentina, the experiences of our respective small, medium, and micro enterprises in this new normal of the COVID-19 pandemic and then the post-pandemic world. I think it's a great subject to discuss, very timely. As you know, Brazil and India were large countries. In purchasing power parity, we are currently, well, India is the 3rd biggest economy, and Brazil right now would be the 8th biggest economy. If we put Brazil, India, and Indonesia, I think they're also participating in this event. We would appear as 3 large developing countries and very populous developing countries among the 10 largest economy in terms of purchasing power parity. So I think we share a lot of challenges and also a lot of common opportunities. And there's a lot we can learn from each other and cooperate on to overcome the impact of this pandemic and the impact that it has had on our growth rates for 2020 and on the recovery prospects for 2021, which I think should be very positive for all of us. MSMEs in Brazil account for about 90% of all businesses established in the country, in absolute numbers, let's say. They contribute, I think, like India, if I understood yesterday's debate, they contribute more than 30% to the country's GDP. In some states of Brazil, we have 27 units in the federation. MSME's contribution can go up to 40% of GDP. More than half of retail in Brazil, 35% of services, and 22% of industrial production are performed by small companies. MSME's participation in Brazil's international trade, however, is a minute 1%. So it's, as you can see, they are quintessentially a driver of domestic growth and development. And they are major generators of employment in the national economy. But up until now, they have been not very much engaged towards the external side of Brazilian foreign trade. I think it's important to clarify what are the categories of small, medium, and micro enterprises in Brazil. I think each country works on slightly different basis. In Brazil, the smallest is the individual micro entrepreneur. So they add up to about 9.8 million, or 57% of all MSMEs in the country. So this is someone who works on his own or on her own, and makes about no more than $14,000 per year, or some 10 lakh Indian rupees. He or she may hire one employee, no more, otherwise they go up to another category. So it's really an individual entrepreneur. Secondly, we have the micro enterprise. There are 6.6 million of them registered, or 38% of the MSMEs in Brazil. This is a simple registered business association with an annual income of up to 62,000 US dollars, or about 46 lakh rupees. And thirdly, we have the small enterprises. There are 900,000 of them in Brazil. That's 5% of MSMEs in the country. And it has an annual income of above 62,000 US dollars, but less than 835,000 US dollars, or 6.2 crore rupees. In Brazil, like in many other countries, MSMEs account for about 54% of formal employment. And they have been major drivers of job creation and growth in the country. In recent history, all governments have made every effort to support and promote MSMEs in recognition of their multiplier effect. The Brazilian Support Service for Micro and Small Enterprises, it's well known in Brazil, it's called CII, has represented in support of these small companies since it was created in 1972. It's a very, very large institution in Brazil. And it started off as part of the government itself. It was a government institution. 1990 onwards, it became independent. It's now an independent institution. It is funded from contributions by the very large Brazilian companies. So they fund this institution, and the institution supports the small and the micro entrepreneurs. All over Brazil, they have 700 local offices throughout the national territory. Brazil is about 2.5 times the size of India, let's say. So it's quite a huge network. And of course, they provide also individualized support to all of the small entrepreneurs, remotely or by phone or through digital platforms online. There are multiple programs that are promoted by CII to seek to strengthen micro-entrepreneurship as a driver of social development. And some of these programs are also geared towards additional objectives, I think, that are quite positive. For example, empowering women, empowering the youth, promoting a culture of innovation, and also encouraging community leaders by giving them an active, the possibility of being a successful small-scale entrepreneur. CII also represents the interests of small and medium-sized and micro-sized companies within the government. So they have a role here in trying to seek to influence legislation, to being vocal about the needs of these entrepreneurs and things the government can do to further strengthen the viability of these small businesses, because they are so important for the country. A lot of attention in this is paid to innovation, supporting innovation and digitization, which is something that has come up throughout this summit, digitization of the small, medium, and micro-sized businesses in Brazil. I think there's an interesting example of things that you can do that are done by CII in partnership with our National Scientific and Technological Development Board in Brazil, CNPq. It's called a Local Innovation Agent Program. So this means that technology advisors qualified in different fields, they can visit or they can stay with interested MSMEs for up to 30 months to find innovative solutions to their specific problems or bottlenecks. In addition, there's this drive to generate innovation, so special patent pathways have been created to speed up the protection of any intellectual property that might be generated through these partnerships. within the context of our National Patent Office, which is located in Rio de Janeiro, not in Brasilia, the capital, but in Rio. So I think it's worth recalling how Brazil became an agriculture and animal husbandry powerhouse. It wasn't like that when I was born, so it's something that is fairly recent. And this was done through a lot of heavy spending from the government on scientific research and technology dissemination throughout farmers in the country. And thanks to these investments, they were massive investments, and to the knowledge that was gained of the different Brazilian biomas and land profiles, we managed to conquer many parts of the countries that 30 years ago, 40 years ago, were considered unproductive land or useless land. So we're trying to do something like this with the MSMEs. I think, if the government provides them the technology support, financial support, a buffer against these crises, such as the current pandemic, I think these small companies can also change the landscape in terms of Brazil's drive for modernization. And this could be done at the very small scale, but it has a lot of capillarity. It will influence society at large. So the COVID-19 pandemic has really impacted MSMEs in Brazil. There was a survey, we have these every 2 months or every month, and 87 of them indicated that their revenues fell compared to pre-pandemic times. So that's a really big effect. And the response from most of them really has been to accelerate technology acquisition and digitization. 47% of SMEs traded online before the pandemics. 60% of them do it now. So there's been a shift towards online trade and commerce and provision of services. 85% do it by WhatsApp, 49% through Instagram, 48% through Facebook. So we see how important these new platforms are as vehicle for the survival of these small companies in these difficult times. Of the survey, 59, almost 60% suspended their operation during, the hardest, most difficult part of the pandemic. 31% had to change their operational methods to adapt. 6.6% continued business as usual and thrived, and 3.5% had to shut down. So most adaptation really involved moving towards online delivery only, reduced working hours, working from home office, greater rotation of employees, and some resorted to things like drive-through pickup sales, innovative methods of delivering services due to social distancing requirement and other things. The financial situation in Brazil of these small and medium-sized companies were already quite leveraged before the pandemic hit. And now the situation, of course, is much worse, and this requires, as Guillermo mentioned, government support. More important now than before. So among the measures that have been prioritized in these surveys by the SMEs themselves, I think the first one is government interest-free loans. That's the number one request that they have. Then you have temporary direct support for the entrepreneurs and their families, tax breaks, reduction in water and electricity bills, rental subsidies, and the list goes on, up to a reduction in import duties to bring down the cost of imported inputs and raw materials for them. So this is a long list. It's the outcome of surveys that we perform. The government has reacted accordingly with the notion that they are too important for the economy and the social well-being of Brazil to be left unattended in face of the COVID-19 challenges. So the government has tried to provide emergency assistance in cash to entrepreneurs. 600 reals per month has been the level of support so far. They do it through public banks. Cash flow support facility provided by Brazil's National Development Bank. lines of credit for maintenance of the payments of salaries, support for working capital funds, and 6 months extension of the payment of overdue taxes. So there's been a grace period, let's say, to lift the burden on these small, medium, micro entrepreneurs. For Brazil and India, I believe, and other countries, MSMEs are critically important. They need to be nurtured to thrive and support the economy and the livelihood of our societies. The impact of COVID has been significant, and quick recovery towards 2021 will depend on setting up adequate support structures for small businesses and their adaptation to this new normal of increased digitization. For Brazil, perhaps contrary to India, MSMEs are basically domestic. The next obvious step for small, micro, individual entrepreneurs in Brazil is to go international. And this is an area where Brazil and India can certainly converge and cooperate. And if you allow me, I'd like to make a reference to the fact that only 9 months ago, we had the landmark visit of the President of Brazil to India, Jair Bolsonaro. He was chief guest of the 2020 Republic Day at the invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Both countries signed 15 government-to-government agreements. The Brazilian president was joined by a ministerial team and a business delegation of over 120 people. I think the visit marked a historical inflection in Brazil-India relations, and messages exchanged at the highest political level could not have been clearer. We are ready to raise the intensity of exchanges and cooperation in all aspects of our bilateral relationship. The opportunities are immense, from telecoms to defense, from renewables to machineries, from health tech to agri-tech, from pharmaceuticals to fuels to biofuels, from space to mining. All sectors are poised for a strong growth trajectory as we overcome the impact of the pandemic. Brazil and India make up a large percentage of the world population and economy. We're nowhere close to India in terms of population size, but we do have 212 million inhabitants. And we are fortunate to share with India common values such as a culture of loyalty, the will to overcome challenges, and a diverse, hardworking, creative, and wonderful people. The investment facilitation agreement that was signed during the presidential visit is Brazil's 15th only and the first of its kind with India. Indian investments in Brazil right now are in the order of about $2 billion across sectors. So ASSOCHAM, the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry, India, signaled the intent of opening an office in Brazil during the presidential visit, which would be a great step. And as you know, Brazil, we have a big embassy in Delhi, we have a consulate general here in Mumbai, we have honorary consuls in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Kolkata. Here in Mumbai, we have a trade promotion officer. We intend to expand on this. So I think we're poised to become not only more important partners to India, but also along our colleagues from Argentina, gateways to other markets in Latin America. And I also would like to mention that we have Chile on the verge of opening up, Guillermo knows this, opening up its own consulate here in Mumbai. So I think we would be then 3 with a physical presence. We also have Ecuador and Colombia who have a presence here. We heard them yesterday. So I think slowly but surely, Latin America is growing and there's greater opportunities in the horizon. I think to take this to the next level, we would need to integrate our perspectives and jointly exploit the great potential of our MSMEs. I think the Confederation of Indian Industry and Brazilian institutions such as CII, they should seek to cooperate towards common goals in this respect. This would be really incredible because, of course, the very, very large companies of both Brazil, India, Argentina, and other countries, they can find their way around in the global economy. But the small guys can really benefit from coordinated support and cooperation. So I'll leave you with this message and excuse myself for the lengthy intervention.
Mr. Ahire, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Petiota, for your very useful and very openly sharing the situations in both the countries and sharing that it's very important to collaborate between MSMEs across the globe, I will say, not only Brazil and Argentina, but it's need of the hour because we are living in a flat world now. And good thing is, okay, the entire globe is going through the same situation. It's not only in Brazil or not only in India or any other. It's the same situation across the globe. So MSMEs from different countries, they should try to help each other and cooperate. Thank you once again. Now may I request Dr. Harshadip Kamble to deliver his address. Very appreciated, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Nishikantji, and it was nice hearing our two distinguished guests, Consul General of Brazil, Mr. Patiota, and also Consul General of Argentina, Mr. Devoto. Here I would, actually, it was quite elaborative, considering the situation of corona. Yes, of course, everybody is concerned about that. But then the one good thing is now we have seen that in India the figures are coming down and the economy is rising up. So that is one very positive thing which I would say. And I was just going through one news today where actually talk of sales of four-wheelers as well as two-wheelers, it was said that it is going down, but then today's news says that it has picked up quite well. And one of the major car makers in India, Maruti Suzuki, they have said that earlier there was a demand from car makers, automobile makers, that the GST rate has to be brought down so that the sales would rise up. But today, what I read, that Maruti Suzuki was saying that we don't have to do anything with the GST because the sales are now picking up and they are at good levels. So I think that is what is showing up. Another good thing which is happening, which happened in India, is that this time it was a very good monsoon. So last year we had agriculture production of around 265 million tons. This year we are expecting agriculture production of around 290 million tons. So I think that is also another good thing, because then our Indian economy gets quite a big boost after such kind of good monsoon and agriculture production. So because that takes most of the part of the rural economy. Having said that, we have very recently also seen that major technology firms, they are also investing in India. Having said this, now this session of this session for MSME, which has been conducted by CII, and we have been constantly, Industries Department of Maharashtra has been constantly in touch with the CII on various topics and various such kind of good initiatives. It has been a very collaborative approach since so many days. So I once again appreciate your efforts. And now coming to this MSME topic and the policy interventions, as has already been mentioned by our distinguished guest, and even Mr. Tyagarajan also pointed out that the MSMEs, they form the backbone of India's economy. Yes, very rightly so. Just to give you some figures, there are around 65 million MSMEs in India. So that is a very big number. And if we take figures of Maharashtra, so that also crosses around 5 billion of that. When we come down to that, of course, includes both service industry as well as manufacturing industry. When we come down to Maharashtra, we have around 8 lakh to 1 million MSMEs, in manufacturing sector, and around 3 to 3.5 million MSMEs in service sector. So as I was saying that this MSMEs, they form the backbone of the economy, which is also very evident when we look at the exports. As of now, India's exports to the world. So MSME form around 48% of exports to the world from India. And then it has been planned by the government that this 48% exports to other countries, in next 3 years, it should reach to around 60%. So MSME is going to play a very, very major role in that. Because of this corona crisis, we know that MSME is one sector which has been affected very, very badly. And as has been mentioned by Mr. Tyagarajan, that government of India has taken several initiatives, giving them various kind of loans, and then support system has been created for them so that they survive. Because in this crisis situation, of course, first thing that is needed is to how can we survive, so that instead of how can we go in expansion, so survival is most important. And of course, how do we change our style of business also? So that is what Corona has taught us, and it is a reality. So what we have seen is that our MSME have started adopting to this, and we have seen that like in Maharashtra, I would say, when we were handling these industries during these Corona times, so we found that many of these MSMEs who were working in textile, just to give an example, those who were working in textile sector, they started manufacturing these PPEs, masks, and today India is exporting a lot of these protective gears and masks to different other countries. So this change, of course, this Corona has taught us that in crisis, we need to update yourself. Maharashtra, coming back to the policies of Maharashtra, I would say that government of India has come out with a policy that now that fixed capital investment of MSMEs has increased from 10 crores to 50 crores. But just to tell you that Maharashtra had brought this policy last year, much before the central government, that all MSMEs who have a FCI, fixed capital investment till 50 crores, they would be getting 100% of incentive, financial incentives based on our policy. And this policy is based on gross and not net. So whatever MSMEs they invest in Maharashtra, whether they are from Maharashtra or from outside, they would be getting the best of financial incentives as compared to other states. So you are most welcome to actually invest in Maharashtra so that you get maximum returns. I'm talking particularly about MSME. And then also there is another part of this policy that whatever interest that MSME take from the banks, we give 5% rebate on that interest as well. So this is also very, very attractive. And then of course there is 1 to 2 rupees of returns on your electric tariff also. So these kind of good initiatives, financial incentives by government of Maharashtra has helped rise of MSME sector in our state. Having said that, if you look at our infrastructure, that is industrial infrastructure, that is one of the best in India. And we have, as of now with us, around 275 industrial estates, 275 industrial estates in Maharashtra, where we have kept 20% of the land reserved for MSME. So anybody can take a benefit of that. I would particularly would like to mention that we also have, probably Maharashtra is the only state in India that has a separate policy for women entrepreneurs. And here it is particularly for MSME. So any woman entrepreneur who wants to set up her unit in Maharashtra, they get a priority, they get a preference of land. They also get a preference of financial incentive, which we give. And we have also, this is for the first time that we are also giving capital subsidy to these women entrepreneurs. Whatever investment they do, around 20 to 25% of that we give back as a capital subsidy. I'm talking that about women entrepreneurs, and this benefit is in addition to whatever we give to others. So this kind of a very progressive state, and considering this gender equality also, we are going, you can say that, much ahead as compared to other states. So having said that, so these are the policies of government of Maharashtra. Having said that, I would also like to mention that we have a single window system in name of Maitri. So we have this office where you can pass on your any queries. So Maitri is a government of Maharashtra portal where officers of around 12 departments, they sit together, so that your any queries, your permissions, those could be sorted out immediately. Then you just have to send them a mail there. So you can also search on Google about Maitri portal of Government of Maharashtra. Whatever permissions required to setting up of an industry are being taken care in this single window system. Now coming back to exports, as I mentioned that 48% of the exports are by MSMEs. Maharashtra is one of the state, or I would say that it is the first foremost state in the country from where a lot of exports are taking place. As of now, 21% of the total exports of country are from Maharashtra. So that itself gives a quite a positive feedback about Maharashtra, and MSME, they form the majority of this 21%. Most of the exports which are which the products which we export to major countries, they are like gems and jewelries, then petrochemicals, like we supply a lot of petrochemicals to Brazil. Then of course it is textile, agriculture products, machinery, and also in services now IT products, they are being exported to all over the world. Yes, and specifically I would like to mention about the pharmaceutical sector, because India is kind of an acting as a pharmacy of the world nowadays. So Maharashtra is the pioneering. In Maharashtra, pharmaceutical industry has been there since long, and we are one of the pioneering state also in R&D. One more sector which I would like to mention here is robotics. So such kind of newer technologies we are trying to focus more on, and to promote these technologies, to promote these newer technologies, whatever financial incentives which we are giving to others, we are giving 20% extra financial incentives to Industry 4.0, and also also those MSMEs which are into agriculture sector. So they get much more than these traditional sectors. Electric vehicle is another sector which we want to promote, and then we would request more MSMEs to participate in electronic this EV vehicles setup. Then of course in agriculture sector, because there are a lot many incentives, and Maharashtra has been very good state when it comes to agriculture and agro processing. So taking into consideration that we also have to increase the income of the farmers, so we have in our new industrial policy focused more on agriculture sector as well, so that you get whatever investment you do, you get like 120% returns out of that. So those are the assured financial returns given by the government of Maharashtra. So considering this whole scenario, I would rather say that Maharashtra is one of the best states which has one of the best policies. We are contributing to 15% of the GDP to India. So infrastructure wise, let it be industrial infrastructure or like other social infrastructures, including education. Then we have Bollywood here in Mumbai. So, you know, Maharashtra is kind of a magnetic Maharashtra, and it has all the attractions that one could think of. Also, concentrating more on MSMEs, as I said that we have now taken steps that all MSMEs who are up to 50 crores of investment, they would also be getting 100% returns based on their SGST. And that, as I said, that gross and followed up with EDA exemptions and then interest subvention also. So we are one of the better states. So I think MSME should take MSMEs should certainly take advantages. I think there is some problem in the connection, but MSMEs should take advantage of such kind of policies of government. And for any kind of a query, please write to us on that Maitri platform. We'll be very happy to respond to any kind of a query of yours. So I would like to end here so that if there are some questions, we can deliberate on those also. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harshdeep Kamble, for guiding us. May I now request Mr. PM Parliwal to deliver his address.
Mr. Parliwal, you're on mute, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. All dignitaries, those who have delivered their address to me, and delegates, those who have joined in this program. As we all know, Ministry of MSME Government of India is an apex body which formulates policies and programs and schemes for development of MSMEs in our country. And this ministry is now at present being headed by Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari Sahab, Union Minister. And ever since he has taken the charge of this ministry, we have seen there is a vibrancy in MSME sector. Everywhere we see the MSMEs are in focus. And recently when this Atmanirbhar package was announced during this COVID, we have seen in the president of MSME ministry on the very first day, the package was announced for our MSMEs. 3 lakh package was announced on first day. So it has been given priority. As we all know, is backbone of our economy and plays very important role in economy of our country. As far as Ministry of MSMEs schemes and policies are concerned, our flagship scheme of cluster development, as most of the people knows, most of entrepreneurs knows, that it is doing well, and we have established almost more than 150 common facility centers across India, and out of them, some are in Maharashtra. And in Maharashtra, those common facility centers are also state-of-art centers. Almost around 18 common facility centers we have established in Maharashtra under our cluster development program. And 2-3 years back, the scheme was also revised. Now again, with the instruction of Honorable Minister, the scheme is being revised, and it is being simplified, and a lot of changes are coming up, and definitely some financial assistance will also be increased. Recently, during this COVID periods, when Atmanirbhar package was announced, we have seen the definition of MSME was also revised. Earlier, the definition was based on investment only, and that too, it was very low. Now, with the revision of this definition, the turnover criteria is also included in micro, small, medium enterprises definition. And the limit is also increased to a substantial level. So what will happen now, maximum MSMEs will come in, maximum industries will come under the ambit of MSME Act and MSME Ministry, and maximum MSME enterprises will be able to take benefit of our schemes and policies and schemes and programs. So this will be a major benefit. There will be increase in employment, increase in investment, and increase in export as this with the revision of this investment limit. So there is a positive impact, and a lot of people are now appreciating these efforts of Government of India for increasing this limit. With this, there is one more portal is also started by the Ministry of MSME, that is called a Champions Portal. Champions Portal, that is champions.gov.in, is designed in such a way that anybody, those who are having any problem, any grievances, any difficulties, wanted to know anything, not getting loan, difficulties in getting loan, those they can upload their requirements or champions.gov.in. And our ministry has opened control rooms. Those who said there is one central control room, and in each state there are state control rooms. Like in Nagpur, Mumbai, we have state control rooms. So whosoever, even if somebody is from our is uploading his grievance or his requirement on that Champions portal, it goes to the central control room, and from there it comes to that area from where it is the state control room area from where it was uploaded. And within 3 days, their grievances are addressed and their redressal of their grievances is done by our control rooms. It is a very big support that is being given to MSMEs, because lakhs of people are uploading their requirements and grievances on this Champions portal all over the India. I myself have handled thousands of grievances. In Maharashtra, I think more than 3,000 grievances we have handled on this Champions portal, State Champions Control Room. And maximum of them are related to finance. Means either during this COVID, the package which was announced for emergency credit, so bankers were reluctant sometimes, or even our entrepreneurs were not able to present to the bankers for getting this emergency credit line. So we helped them, and lot of people, they got emergency credit because of Champions portal and because of the grievances which they upload, and we assisted them in getting this emergency credit line from banks. So this is a very big support which we are giving, which we are extending to MSMEs. Other than this, there are a number of other schemes. As most of the MSMEs knows, we are supporting for marketing. We have a scheme to develop marketing hubs. Now recently, new scheme has launched in which marketing hubs or permanent exhibition centers can also be set up by SPVs or some private partners, and they can get marketing support through our scheme, in which one-time grant in aid, similar common facility center is provided by our ministry. Then we have introduced a scheme of flatted factory complex. Up to 15 crore grant in aid is available for flatted factory complex. This is also a new scheme which is introduced by our ministry. So this will also, in days to come, we will see a lot of new things will come up and new ecosystem for MSMEs will be there. We have a scheme for incubation centers. As incubation centers, we know, is a nursery of entrepreneurs, and our ministry is developing an ecosystem of these incubation centers across country, in which we are setting up incubation centers in engineering colleges, management colleges. For them, we are giving grant in aid up to 1 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore, and depending on their requirement. And these incubation centers will also help startups. Startups is a very big ecosystem coming up nowadays, we have seen. And a lot of startups are there and they are searching for the help everywhere because startups, they don't have any previous experience of commercializing their product. As a result, what happens, these bankers, they are reluctant to support them. They are reluctant to extend credit to them. So in such position, these most of the startups, they are not able to commercialize their ideas. So to support startups, our incubation centers are there, and we have a provision to extend 20 lakh rupees support to startups under our scheme, to each startup through our incubation centers. So this ecosystem, once it will be established, it is now already being established. Already number of, in Maharashtra, almost more than 40 to 45 engineering and management colleges are approved under this scheme. And now they are submitting their ideas to our ministry, and these ideas are getting approved. So similarly, all over country, these things are happening. So once this ecosystem comes, we will be able to see enterprises coming up with new innovative ideas. And for implementing innovation, our ministry has collaborated with Germany, GIZ Germany, in which the pilot project is going on in Maharashtra. That also I am coordinating here in Maharashtra. And in MSME sector, we are implementing innovation. And in which there is one innovative work which is taking place, that whatever MSMEs, those who are having problems in developing their products, in developing their machines, they can give their problem statement to us. And these problem statements are then given to colleges, various colleges, engineering colleges, where they are giving a solution on that within a time frame. And that solution is then given to that MSMEs, those who have given that problem statement. So under this also we have solved a number of problems of MSMEs, and innovation is taking place, and this type of innovation with the help of educational institutions we are implementing in MSMEs. There are a number of other schemes available, but it will take time if I keep speaking on various schemes. So what I feel is, now there is a time has come. There are a lot of opportunities available because of restriction on imports, and because of this COVID, most of the imports are now restricted. So huge opportunities are available for our exporters and for even new entrepreneurs to enter into the export market. And our MSME offices across country, we have export facilitation cell through which we are giving handholding support to those prospective and existing entrepreneurs. So they can take benefit of this facility and try to explore the export market, whatever is now opportunities available because of this COVID. And our ministry is also working on indigenization of imports. Earlier, we were having a huge imports from China. So our ministry is now working on indigenization of these imports, and whatever organizations or whatever industries, those who are importing some products or components from any country, they can approach our offices, and they can take benefit of this indigenization, because we have a system, we have infrastructure like common testing centers, we have technology centers under our ministry as a very huge infrastructure where state-of-art machines, latest machines, robotics, all Internet of Things, everything, every facility is available. So there it is easier for us to do indigenization of imports. So our Honorable Minister also is stressing everywhere that we should reduce import and increase export. How we will be able to reduce import and increase export? We have to first indigenize what we are importing from other countries, what we are importing from China. Even as we have small items which we can easily manufacture in India, we are importing from China just because of low cost. So why can't we develop these items with low cost in India so that we won't be able to, we won't be required to import these items from China? So this is the need of our. My request to all entrepreneurs is to see that whatever components they are now at present importing, you contact us. We will help you to indigenize those items with some modification or something, maybe some slightly cost effective as compared to China, and we will be able to help and we will be able to reduce the import and increase export. So with this, I think we are now on the verge of a takeoff after this COVID, and our MSMEs will definitely perform well in days to come. I thank you very much for inviting me in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parliwal, for your guidance and giving us sharing with us the opportunities for exports and need of indigenization and getting into global market. Thank you very much. From yesterday, we have opened exhibitions for public, and I request all the delegates to join today to visit these stalls. It will be open till 7 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Sarang Jadhav now for his concluding remarks. His co-chair of MSME Maharashtra State Panel.
Yeah,
Sarang,
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ahire sir. Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the inaugural panel, members from the industry, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Against the standard protocol, I would like to start with thanking the CII leadership team and also the CII Secretariat and my fellow colleagues in MSME panel for making Digital Summit a reality. The last 2 days have been an exceptional example of how conferences and meetings can be held on virtual platform effectively. We all agree that the MSME industries have been the most severely affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As the saying goes, in the face of adversity, we have a choice. We can be bitter or we can be better. I am really proud and glad to note the good participation of the MSMEs and wish to thank all participants from the MSME sector for joining the 6th edition of the CII Western Region MSME Summit and Exhibition 2020. Thank you, Mr. Nishikant Ahire, convener CII Maharashtra panel on MSME, for setting up the theme for today's event and also coordinating. I also wish to thank Mr. Thiagarajan, Deputy Chairman CII Western Region, for providing valuable insights into the MSME sector and to provide and to share the initiatives which will help MSMEs bounce back from these tough times and help them adopt to the new normal and make them Atmanirbhar. I thank Mr. Devoto, Consul General Argentine Republic, and Mr. Patrioto, Consul General Brazil, for sparing their valuable time and delivering their address for today's session. Sir, your valuable insights about the situation of the small and medium industries in your country and also the government initiatives and schemes to help us realize that the COVID-19 pandemic has left us all affected. Be it a small country, be it a big country, be it on the other side of the globe. Everyone is affected. We are confident that together we will definitely overcome the crisis and come back strongly. May I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Harshdeep Kamble, Development Commissioner Industries, Government of Maharashtra, and Mr. Parlewar, Director MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME, for joining us today. It was great to hear you both and perspectives about opportunities and policy support for MSMEs. It is said that no country can develop without the active participation of the women. It was glad to note that the government of Maharashtra is coming up with various schemes to help women entrepreneurs in finance and also in priority in getting land and other facilities. I could realize that both Mr. Kamble and Mr. Parlewar had a lot of things to share, and CII will continue to to intervene and engage with you and try to take these benefits to the MSME sector. Last but not the least, I wish to thank our partners without whose support this conference wouldn't have been a reality. Platinum partner, DBS Bank India Limited, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, Gold partners, Siemens Limited, Silver partner, KHS Machinery Private Limited, OMR Bala Automotive Systems India Limited, corporate contributors, Chemtrol's Industries Private Limited, Dixon's Engineering Company Private Limited, Ahire Machine Tools Private Limited. I conclude this plenary and request you to kindly be seated for the panel discussion now on policy reforms to make MSMEs Atmanirbhar, due to begin shortly. I also take this opportunity to inform you to take benefit of the digital exhibition which is going on concurrently. I would also take this opportunity to invite you to participate in the MSME buyer seller meet, which we schedule tomorrow from 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much for your active participation.
Thank you, Mr. Sarang Jadhav. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite you all to the first panel discussion for the day, which is on policy reforms to make MSMEs Atmanirbhar. May I first invite the session moderator, Mr. Rishi Kumar Bagla, Chairman, CII Western Region Subcommittee on Ease of Doing Business and Director, OMR Bagla Automotive Systems India Limited. Our esteemed panelists, Mr. K. Nandakumar, Chairman, CII Western Region MSME Subcommittee and CMD Chemtrol Industries Private Limited. Mr. Animesh Jain, Director, Arihant Detergent. Mr. Mukund Kulkarni, Chairman, CII Marathwada Zonal Council and Director, Expert Global Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Blaise Kostabir, Chairman, CII Goa State Council and Managing Director, GMI Zarhak Molders Private Limited. Mr. Rahul Dikshit, Chairman, CII Vidarbha Zonal Council and Director, Dixon's Engineering Co. Private Limited. And Mr. Sachin Shirgaonkar, Managing Director, SB Resellers Private Limited. Welcome, esteemed panelists. May I now request the moderator to kindly take over the session. Over to you, Mr. Bagla.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible to all who are present. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. You're clearly audible, sir.
Thank you, Ronit. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rishi Kumar Bagla, moderator for this panel discussion. The topic for this panel is policy reforms to make MSMEs Atmanirbhar. We are going to discuss how MSMEs can support to make India a global go-to destination for business and trade. For this discussion, as Ronit mentioned, we have very eminent panelists from different geographic locations of India and different villages of India. We have today with us Mr. Nandakumar, convener CII Maharashtra panel on MSME and founder Chemtrol Industries Limited. Mr. Animesh Jain, Director, Arihant Detergent. Mr. Mukund Kulkarni, Director, Expert Global. Mr. Blaise Kostabir, Chairman, CII Goa, Director, Zarhak Molders Goa. Mr. Rahul Dikshit, Chairman, CII Vidarbha Zonal Council and Director, Dixon's Engineering Company Private Limited. Mr. Sachin Shirgaonkar, Director, SBR Resellers Private Limited. Today, MSME is probably the most important aspect and the most important part of Indian industry. And a country's economic performance is measured by its share in global trade in a way that is export. Export promotion initiatives will help Indian MSMEs to participate in the global value chain on its own and generate enough economies of scale. So government needs to undertake a strategic plan for unlocking the potential of MSMEs for export through its schemes and programs to enable access to foreign markets for Indian MSMEs. Let me ask Mr. Nandakumar, sir, what do you think should be the role of the government and MSMEs to make it the global go-to destination? Mr. Nandakumar.
Thank you, Mr. Bagla. Thank you very much. And also to my co-panelists on the subjects. Exports is one of the critical areas where the country's self-sustenance as well as the industry self-sustenance is coming. Now, if you look at in the exports on the side, we have to look at what are the criteria facing on the exports. When we look at, we have a merchandise comprising over the last, I would say in 2019, we had around $314 billion, which with all the problems we have in the current year should be somewhere around 330 to 340 billion US dollar ending in March. And we have a target of around 15% increase, which will be around $400 billion by 21-22. In that, as you rightly said, is the exports is a indication of countries' self-sustenance in the global business. Now, if we really look at this aspect of export volumes to go up, we have to look at what are the sectors we have. The sectors we have is quite wide: automobile, engineering, food products, as well as textiles, leather, etc. Now, looking at the various subjects we have, various topics we have, or various segments we have, I would like to touch upon or rather focus on the engineering goods or rather related engineering capital goods, etc. Because each sector has its, but yet at the same time, I will also look up certain common policy initiatives which will be there across the sectors, whether we are doing exports on the food products or on the consumer goods or on the automobiles or on the engineering side. Now, I would like to look at that point is that government has done quite a lot of work in export incentivization over the last, I would say 1 year, in spite of the fact that 8 months has been a very severe months for the government as well as for the industry. Now, when we look at a couple of initiatives has taken, one is there is a scheme which is now being, I would say, rather getting eliminated because of the WTO agreement in the export. As per the WTO agreement, you can't have subsidies on the export. So the MEIS scheme, which is there, which is getting phased out. But in place of that, government has brought up a scheme known as RED, that is remission of duties and taxes on export products, which will become, which is in the discussion page, which will become operational over the, I would say, by end of this year. So, in my opinion, all our industries should certainly participate in this discussion, which is going on, in order to fix the, because it is industry specific, the remission of export duty, remission of duties, taxes, not only on the inputs but also on the electricity. So each industry I would like to focus on to get into that. So it is not necessary that there is a 5% or 3% or 7%. It is sector or industry specific. So naturally we need to look at what could be the red tape in the coming year. There is another major change which the DGTD or the Commerce Ministry has done, which we need to really appreciate is so far what has been there on the exports. We need a lot of imports. We can't really manufacture everything and export. So today the government has opened this vocal for local or local for vocal global, which is happening because we can also become a facilitator for imported goods to become export with a value addition. The government brought out a new scheme which is known as you can make your own manufacture where your stores itself is a bonded warehouse. It is not necessary that we need to store the goods in a bonded warehouse. We can convert part of our stores area into a bonded warehouse in our manufacturing, and we need not pay the import duty while we importing. We can also get into our exports, take the delivery, and the next. Government has brought out quite a lot of changes in this, which is the manufacturing warehouse in our, which is just getting, I think, I believe introduced in the in the month of September, and it is yet to become. So people, especially the MSME, should look at these two requirements, these two new changes which has brought. One is red tape as well. Red tape has to yet to become operational, and the manufacturing warehouse in our own manufacturing plant, our convert part of our warehouse into a bonded warehouse and pay duty only as you take. If it is for local consumption, you pay the duty only when you take, or if it is an export, on exporting you can do. So it's a good. So we need not go into an advanced license. Quite a lot of processes are streamlined. So I would say it's a very, very great initiative which government has done. Along with that, government also looking at, there are some concerns which has come up because we had FTAs and PTAs, that is free trade agreements and preferential trade agreements, as well as comprehensive economic partnership agreements. All this had its own challenges because while we have done this over a period of 15 years, all these things, we have not really gone into detailed study of our partner countries. Or rather, over a period of time, the partner countries has improved on technology and other lot of innovation brought in. As a result, over the last 5 years, we had a problem in equalizing our trade with these. So while government is looking at how to marginalize the debacle we have while we have entered into FTAs or PTAs in the past, we have to really look at how fast we can also get into the global quality level, global standards level. So that's one area where we need to look at standards and standardization and ensure that our quality control or test laboratories are all, I would say, get into local, global platform, that they should have been approved by the global agency, so that there is no issue when we export the products in the user countries. So it's very, very important that we bring up our products on the standards, employ the standards and standardization, and also get our certifications to the global platform through test laboratories aligned to the global standards. Another area is we have to look at on policy reform, which I personally, and I believe most of the MSMEs believe, is the cost of funds. Today, the MSMEs, the cost of funds is anywhere between around 13 to 15%. It cannot be that with that amount of cost of money, we can be competitive in the world. While we can be competitive in the world with the products by way of continuous innovation or indigenization or R&D, unless the cost of funds come down to I would say the global 5 to 6%. So if we have to pay an MSME around 13%, so we have to really work with Reserve Bank as well as the finance ministry to ensure that companies which are export oriented, or rather having maximum exports, to get a cost of fund. One is availability of funds on time, the other is cost of funds to them. When availability of the funds is there, government also or RBI also has to look at, because over the period a lot of changes has taken. It has brought up the what is known as asset classification on a platform, whether it is liquidity versus solvency. So this IRAC nomenclature, which is now I think on 90 days you make an industry and NPA if you don't meet the requirements. So we have to change that sector-wise. Sector-wise, what the manufacturing cycle is involved accordingly. So we need to really, because these are some of the areas we need to look at, especially on the finance front, the government, how to get the exporting community at lower cost at the optimum time, and at the same time deliverables to the export countries. A lot of work is improved on the exports, the ports and both airports and import sector, whereby the government has brought out quite a lot of changes in that. One is authorized economic operator scheme, AEOs, where which we can get material imported directly to our factory without really going through the normal process of detailed customs investigation, provided we have a good standing, good credit rating with the customs. So they also give us even otherwise a 15% or 15 days time for paying the duty. So if we are able to meet our requirements on the due dates to the customs, I'm sure this economic operator scheme, which is prevalent, also will help in imports, which also can help in the exports quite a lot. Couple of other areas which is very incentivization in terms of subsidy is very difficult, because as a part of WTO, World Treaty Organization, there are certain limitations. We can't get the special incentives. So we need to certainly look at how it's only by way of reducing the cost, making the available funds to the supporting industries at the appropriate time. Another couple of areas which is very specific to engineering industries is to look at how we can get into the global standards, global quality level, on-time delivery, world-class quality, irrespective of the product line. We need to be on the world-class quality. That's an area where we have to certainly work. If you need to have a world-class quality, we have to also focus on our human resources skill. We need to make sure our people across the value chain, it is not only the exporting people, but across the value chain, right shop floor up to the top level, is on the global platform to understand the global requirements, on-time delivery, and they will deliver the products or exported products as expected any part of the world. So couple of things areas, human resources development to the global business is very, very important, and for that special focus is required. Digitization is one of the areas where I need to import, because on-time delivery can be done only on-time delivery, not only on-time delivery, but also the specification, required specification. So we need to have digitization across the chain to be implied, at least to start with in the manufacturing areas. Then R&D and innovation is very, very important for standing, because by the time we export and get into the market, the technology has changed. It is a very fast forward technology changes. We have to really look at, if not at least a cluster technology development areas, we have to look at. Small scale industries cannot have a grassroots development of the products or continuous innovation. So naturally we have to look at, can we have a cluster program for across the sector to share the R&D costs as well as continuous innovation. A couple of other areas is the human resources. Infrastructure area. Infrastructure is most important, because the manufactured products, or even for any merchandise from the factory or from the stores to reach the port and to the customer, should be the least time available. But some of our infrastructure bottlenecks in some of the ports or the airports is creating some issues, which I am sure government is taking care of in the short term to help industries. With this, right now I will stop here, Rishi, and then we'll come back to you with some questions or second time. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Nandakumar. It was really very interesting and very exhaustive the way you presented the challenges and what the government has been doing. Indeed, it is very clear that the government is doing a lot of things for boosting the exports in the country, but they may still need to do much more. And so also from the industry side, we need to do much more to really become the go-to destination. Would any other panelists like to add anything on this subject? Please do let me know so that we can have some discussions on this topic of the exports before we move to the next topic. Okay, so the export is very, very clearly what Mr. Nandakumar mentioned, that we need to get, there are a lot of things that has happened. That is one of the biggest achievement is being to allow manufacturing at the bonded warehouse, which would make life so much simpler for so many people who can import and export without any hindrance of paying duties, etc. There is a tremendous benefit of EODB work has been done on clearances. That is the custom clearances like AEO. Sorry, Animesh, would you like to speak something?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
I think.
So, okay, on the ease of doing business, on the clearances, there's been a lot of activity that has been done for as the AEO and others to make the clearances very fast. However, the FTA, PTA, and CPA agreements need to be studied with a microscopic view to understand what's really the happening at the partner country level. We need to, the MSMEs need to get up to the global standards, and we need to look at our cost of funds. And of course, people have to have the culture to create a global mindset. Wonderfully put, Mr. Nandakumar. Thank you very much. Now I move to the next point over here. Government of India with its Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan aims to make the country independent against the tough competition in the global supply chain. MSMEs partnership in India's indigenization drive will boost growth of MSMEs as well as the nation. So the government needs to support MSMEs to build a robust supply chain. Let me ask Mr. Animesh Jain to throw some light how MSMEs will scale up to local and global supply chain, that is with regard to quality, cost, volume and other areas, so that we are able to scale up our volumes in India, manufacturing in India, to meet our growing Indian requirement as well as meet the global requirements. Animesh Jain ji.
Thank you, Rishiji. First of all, what we need is not going to be a single-pronged approach. It has to be multifaceted. Indian industry, a lot of components we are importing. If we look at the 2019-20 report on only the electronic components or sub-component imports, it stood at more than 3 trillion Indian rupees for the year. What we need to understand is, although we see a lot of things getting made in India, but are they really getting made in India? A lot of things are getting assembled in India, whereas the critical or the high technology components are being imported and they are assembled in the country. I think this has to be a phased drive wherein the government, when it comes to make in India products, especially high technology products, and if some foreign player is wanting to come into India to set up a manufacturing unit, the government should intervene and say that a certain percentage in a phased manner over a certain number of years should be indigenized. How this will help in creating a component infrastructure, that this would allow Indian companies to have technical joint ventures and technology transfers, which would enable them to make high quality electronic or other components, which are right now getting imported, or which have got a much lower capacity installation within the country. Thus, a push towards having a certain percentage of Indian indigenization in products would help. Although the government is trying to increase indigenization in the defense sector, if we read the recent reports, around 101 items have already been identified, which would be in a phased manner indigenized. But beyond defense, we need to look at sectors like electronics, communication equipments, and similarly machines, manufacturing equipments, manufacturing machines. So the government should mandate certain kind of indigenization when it comes to spare parts and other things over a period of time. And then what will happen in this cycle is, once, because of economies of scale, players were already exporting. So if you look at China's share in the electronic components or other components, it is more than 40% at times. So the Indian companies or the Indian MSME would need support in terms of certain subventions in tax or other areas so as to make them more competitive for supply in the initial phase. Because if you look at it, in the longer run, as you achieve economies of scale, or as you are able to increase your product portfolio, you would be able to offer the same items at a competitive price vis-a-vis the international market. But to begin with, the government would need to support these industries in terms of providing them incentives against maybe research and development budgets. So if a company is making tangible investments in research and development to develop products, to indigenize products, the government should set aside a rule or should give them incentives in form of allowing them income tax relief or some other taxation relief against the amount of money that is getting spent in the research and development. Apart from this, the government should also look at creating partnerships. So India is home to a lot of good universities and schools. Like we have the National Institute of Design, we have the Indian School of Science Education, and similarly, we have got so many good IITs. So although there is a bit of interaction which keeps on happening between the industry and these institutes, but this needs to be formalized much more. And there should be a centralized platform where all these institutions and the smallest of the industries can come together, collaborate with each other, and work towards cost-effective ways of creating products or indigenizing products which can be manufactured at a faster rate and at a lower cost within the country. I think this huge talent pool can be utilized in order to create a platform, and this would establish Indian MSME as a major contender in the international market space also. as Nand Kumarji said, that export, what we need to do in exports, we need to increase the quality of products that we are getting manufactured. There needs to be thorough testing systems available. So I think these things will go hand in hand. Once we are able to indigenize products for our domestic use, this would automatically result in products getting exported to other countries and would help us allay some of the costs or some of the foreign exchange that is going towards the import of critical items. So with this, I'll say this is what I had on the indigenization of products for MSMEs to become Atmanirbhar.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. It was really interesting. What you said, if I summarize in short, it would mean that we have to look into our Make in India policy, whether it is really Make in India or whether it is Assemble in India. And if it is really Assemble in India, we need to go and move towards making a policy for Make in India by ensuring that we are technologically and commercially updated on the products which are going to be globally at par with the global levels. And if that would mean a government support in whichever way possible, whether it is by way of an R&D support or an income tax benefit or whether whatever. Typically, the government has done a lot of work on the defense sector, but it needs to do a lot more on the electronics and the communication equipment and the machine building industry. So the government needs to support these industries to become competitive in one way, so that at least in the shorter period they can really take up this challenge, and the long run, when the volumes build up, they can become more. It's a very interesting thought process from you, anyway. Thank you very much. I would like any of the other panelists, if they want to add anything more on this topic, they are welcome. Before we move on to the next topic, any panelists would like to speak, please welcome.
Rishi, this is Nandakumar here.
Yes, sir.
Actually, during the period 1970 up to 1990, we had a scheme known as Phased Manufacturing Program, when we entered into a collaboration with an overseas company, a technical collaboration, because it was a controlled economy. So there was a scheme known as Phased Manufacturing Program. We are allowed to pay royalty on sales, also a technical know-how fee to the company from overseas, which after 1991, the opening of the economy, it has gone on its own, because import is allowed free. So I personally believe we must focus on, as that we should have manufacturing, so that we should have that PMP, Phased Manufacturing Program. It was that, if I remember correctly, starting with 15% indigenization to 75% indigenization over a period of 5 years. Simultaneously, there was also an incentive that if you do R&D, we can get 200% of the weightage of this money spent on the R&D, which recently the finance ministry has removed. So we have to get back this incentivization of the R&D, 200% of the weighted average, to get back for that. These two certainly will help in Indian manufacturing, Indian technology to go up to level. So I would recommend, I fully agree with Animesh Jain on this.
Wonderful, Nandakumarji, great inputs. Yes, PMP has been the stay in the past, and probably that's the order of the day. And so also the benefits on R&D, because R&D can only get us to global levels. Any other participant any other point to make before we move to the next point?
Rishiji, this is Sachin Shirgaonkar. I have one more point to make on this. There is already a production incentive scheme which is there for components which are going to be indigenized. This scheme is already being implemented by Government of India. And the last discussion when we had in the CII panel on this particular scheme, I feel that can be extended to few more areas, mainly some areas which are going to be import substitutes. Some areas like renewable energy, wherein an import substitute is being created here in India. These kind of schemes should be also extended to these kind of sectors, so that automatically these sectors will start, growing in that particular way. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, Sachinji, that was a great input. So, Rahul, you have anything to say on this?
Can you hear me? Am I audible, sir?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Not at the moment, Rishi sir.
Please go ahead.
No, I said I don't have anything to add to this.
So with this, it's very interesting to understand the importance of how Indian industry is going to, MSME is going to meet the local and the global supply chain to become the leader. And these were some of the inputs and which are very, very critical and important because Indian industry needs to really scale up. This is the opportunity where Indian MSME can be the go-to destination for the world, especially keeping in mind some of the challenges that some of the countries are facing, which are the present manufacturing hub of the world. This is where India can really shape up in a big way, and this is the opportunity that we have. Given the fact that India is a net importer, import substitution will empower us to shift away from our dependence on other countries. Import substitution can be primarily focused for giving a fillip to the MSMEs. As the internal demand potential that India has, coupled with a demographic advantage provides mass-scale employment, MSMEs will be on the track to achieve economies of scale in the future. Government should become an enabler for import substitution for MSMEs. This will also help the sector to become more competitive in the global and local market. Let me ask Mr. Rahul Dixit about his opinion, how India should work for import substitution and what should be the government policies for the same. Rahul.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi sir, and thanks a lot, fellow panelists. It's quite a privilege deliberating on this very vital issue today here. Clearly, Atmanirbhar Bharat is impossible without Atmanirbhar MSMEs because MSMEs are synonymous with Indian industry. And clearly, the COVID scenario has been extremely difficult on MSMEs. But I would like to believe that as the economy is now picking up, it could be a new dawn for Indian MSMEs. And while we have already heard a lot of things regarding the Atmanirbhar support package for MSMEs, I think the most crucial part of the support package announced by Government of India was the reforms that they announced, especially in the space of defense privatization, then opening up of private mining. So these structural reforms are going to immensely benefit MSMEs. Of course, if you look at this September, I mean, just last month, September data was recently released, and it's very heartening to know that exports have actually have been positive as compared to last September, and imports. So this is a very positive scenario for Indian MSMEs. If you look at, I think Animesh was talking about the defense. The recent defense announcement regarding 101 items being opened up for MSMEs. So that alone is going to, the figure being quoted is 4 lakh crores over the next 5 years. So that kind of business is going to come into Indian industry. And obviously that would be possible only if Indian MSME rises up to the challenge. If you look at, Animesh was also talking about electronic goods. If you look at the actual import list of imported goods, almost 30% of fall into the category of electrical machinery, equipment, electronics, and chemicals. So if you look at electronics alone, that can open up a huge potential for MSMEs here. Recently, because of the geopolitical situation with companies moving into India, there was an announcement of close to $1.5 billion investment only by mobile phone manufacturing companies. So these are huge numbers, and obviously when such companies are set up, they have their own supply chain, and it actually benefits the entire ecosystem. One point which I'd like to make regarding developing import substitutes is I think there has to be a more structured way of looking into it. Of course, the way we have promoted exports over the last few years, by creating special economic zones, giving special benefits and incentives for exports. Similarly, we should look at each and every product segment which is being imported and have a structured way of developing the entire supply chain of those products in our country. So that would be possible if we look at more of geographical clusters, segment-specific clusters, and having common facility centers so that it reduces the investment cost for specific MSMEs. So if we have such clusters coming up, like electronic manufacturing is mostly in South India right now. Automobile also is maybe there. So something like that. I'm not talking about the particular geography, but specific if we have clusters, if we are able to build that, it would help MSMEs in ramping up their facilities pretty fast, and time is obviously very critical. Then if you look at as I said, for existing MSMEs, this is a great opportunity, because with companies coming into India, they would look at tie-ups, they would look at partnerships, and MSMEs, especially in the micro small category, they need to immediately get their act together. And the first thing I think which MSMEs, and I myself am a part of the MSME ecosystem, the first thing what we should look at is investment in technology. Digital transformation is the need of the hour, and Industry 4.0 is not something which is just to be discussed in such panels, but it has to be implemented. And this cluster-specific approach can also help in creating implementing the Industry 4.0 in small and medium enterprises, and we can immediately get to see the result. We have to build an innovation-based culture in MSMEs that is clearly missing, and that can happen if there is mandatory investment in R&D facility, in technology. If that is incentivized, if there are long-term benefits being given to MSMEs for that, I'm sure they would be they would start investing in technology and R&D facility. And I think another thing which is very critical is, I'd like to quote my own example. We are into manufacturing of special purpose equipments, and we are suppliers to a German company. So there were a couple of years back, we developed an import substitute for this company, and it was, let me confess, it was a difficult task, because to set up that kind of manufacturing facility and not just manufacturing facility, to set up the kind of quality monitoring systems that needed to be implemented. That was a great learning experience for us, and that helped us in our other product lines also. So getting quality systems and processes in place, getting the right training and human resources in place. I think my earlier speakers also talked about human resources, extremely important too, because MSMEs are more of our people dependent companies, and that is not the way to go into the future. We have to build a great pipeline of leaders. MSME leaders should actually differentiate between management, should be differentiated from ownership. We need to build a pipeline of leaders, invest in training and create leaders for the future. And again, I think Nankumar also talked about easy access to finance. That is, of course, very critical. We have a lot of announcements recently for getting access to credit. But I think it is important for MSMEs to tap into equity, because that is more sustainable going ahead. So we need to have easy access to equity. I'm not saying there is an MSME exchange in place, but we all know that MSMEs are not shy away from that. There are PE funds which are there, but again, they invest only in maybe medium-sized companies. So we need to build a culture of also investing in equities. What government of India did with Startup India, that is, I think, a great that is a great example, because startups are also MSMEs, and by creating this culture of startups, why can't MSMEs have tie-ups with startups or entrepreneurs and just have patent licensing done? Why recreate? Have patent licensing, have only technology-based tie-ups, use existing facility to build products faster. So I think these are my thoughts, Rishi sir, on developing import substitutes in India by MSMEs. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Rahul. A very interesting thought process, that there should be a structured way to look at import substitution as we look at exports. We create export promotion zones, we create export ideas, we talk about exports, but import substitution is as important as exports, because it is saving money. The other way is saving your expense, and this is creating an income. for the country. So import substitution should be treated at par with exports. And that's a very interesting observation that you make over there. And for that, of course, in the background, MSMEs have to do a lot of work on technology and a cultural change. And of course, the government has to do a lot of policy changes towards liquidity, finding liquidity for the people and looking at it in a very structured way. Very interesting way of putting it, Rahul. Very nice of you. Any other panelists would like to speak on this topic, please?
Yeah, I would like to just say that for Blaze here, when you talk about import substitution and export, sometimes you have to import some technology or some tools. And right now, with the government, the confusion on this import from China, it's creating some kind of a barrier. I think that also has to be looked at, because to import substitute or to export, you may need better technology, which you have to import one time and then deliver the goods. So that has to be looked at. Thank you.
A very good point, Blaze. Yes, for some time we have to import before we can manufacture them in India. That's a very interesting observation made. Thank you very much. Anybody else has anything else on this point? Okay. With this, we say that the government has to do a lot of work on import substitution. A lot of work has been done in the defense sector, but a lot more needs to be done on the electronics, electrical, and chemical side. Almost 30% of the imports come from there. And that is where a real focus should be given to ensure that the import is substituted, and the government must look at providing some sort of a financial support to industries who are doing this kind of an activity, especially on R&D. Thank you, Rahul, for your inputs and other panelists. Now, let me come to something which has been very interestingly discussed invariably about the cluster. Everybody has been talking about this cluster. Cluster approach has shown many benefits for MSME throughout the world. We need MSME to achieve a maturity level to be a global go-to destination. Let me ask Mr. Mukund Kulkarni, how you feel cluster should be formed and how will it work to make MSMEs a global go-to destination? Mr. Mukund Kulkarni.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Rushiji. See, what we are talking about, Atmanirbhar. We want country to be Atmanirbhar. We want industry to be Atmanirbhar. We want our entrepreneurs to be Atmanirbhar. Typically, if we look at the challenge of small and medium enterprises, is the challenge of critical mass. I think somebody's mic is on. May I request to off, because it gives a lot of noise. Request everybody to mute. Thank you.
I request everybody to put their phones on mute because the speaker has a problem. There's a lot of noise in the background, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So the problem with small and medium enterprises is a critical mass. They do not have critical mass, so cannot generate given effect. And there the concept of cluster comes into the picture. 10 organizations coming together, small and medium, generate that critical mass, and from there the results start generating. That is the significance. Let us take a couple of examples. That one entrepreneur cannot buy state-of-the-art CNC machine if it is required for tool room of small manufacturing company, and that is why there is an engineering cluster, there is auto cluster. 20 people come together and buy state-of-the-art machine, maybe world-best machine. If individual small and medium entrepreneur go for Industry 4.0 program alone, his budget is such that he cannot attract talent to implement Industry 4.0 in his organization. But if it is cluster of 15, probably world who's and who will come to implement Industry 4.0. If any SME wants to conduct training program, they do not have critical mass to send people for training. And if it is a customized training for an MSME, then it has to be 10 organizations together and conduct that training program. Otherwise, what will happen? MSME will have to send people for training programs which are normally designed for large organizations which are having different level of maturity. The substance is same, the way it has to be delivered is different, and that is how the cluster approach is very significant. Now, Government of India, Government of Maharashtra are doing well in cluster approach. There are points for improvement, and it will continue. However, both governments, whether it is central or state, are doing good thing on cluster. Now we should go one step ahead. We are talking about investments, we are talking about business growth, we are talking about technology, we are talking about exports, we are talking about import substitution. Perfect. But if we want to talk about Atmanirbhar, then it is a hub and spoke arrangement. All these are spokes, and the hub is entrepreneur. If we want business maturity, if we want a given small and medium enterprise to improve its business maturity, then the hub has to be improved. That means the entrepreneur's ability has to go up, his maturity has to go up. And for that purpose, I am bringing a point on table that there has to be management development training program for entrepreneurs. Just go to very popular B schools, take all programs of IIM, you will find MDP1, MDP2, MDP3, and see the list of participants. You will find the large organization members and multinational organization members are there. The programs are designed for their challenges. Programs are designed for their basic maturity. What I feel is Government of India, Government of Maharashtra should approach B schools and they should ask to study the challenges of small and medium enterprises in India. Get feedback from large organizations, get feedback from multinational organizations, ask them a question where you are having discomfort with small and medium enterprises, where they lack maturity, where they lack vision, where they lack management ability, where they lack leadership. Ask those questions, design the program, and the way there are ISO certification and government funds for it, the way there is financial rating and government pays for it, have a comprehensive program, tell MSME that owner should undergo this program, have that certification, qualify it, and then get the reimbursement. If we make this innovative approach and the leading state of Maharashtra, if we start this pilot and demonstrate to Government of India or whole India that this is how the maturity level of SME entrepreneurs can take up, it is not only that organization, but ecosystem as a whole will get benefited. And such training programs will not happen by one and two. There has to be cluster approach. The Kolhapur cluster will undergo such training. The Nagpur cluster will go under training. Surat cluster will go under training. Let us take tier 2 cities. Tier 1, probably they have best of the trainers there. Let's not worry about Delhi. Let's not worry about Bangalore. Let's not worry about Mumbai because they have access to knowledge and veterans. The question is tier 2 cities. If such programs are driven for tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, we will find significant change. And that is how, for business maturity improvement of entrepreneurs, I feel that there has to be cluster approach for tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukund, for your inputs on this cluster. Very interesting point you have made. You just said that academia to study the challenges of MSME and come up with the program in such a way that the problems of the MSME can be resolved, and the government should support such programs and ensure that these programs are attended by entrepreneurs themselves. It's a very interesting out-of-the-box thinking, and I would like to hear the views of other panelists on this thought of entrepreneur maturity development cluster.
Can I speak, Mr. Bhatt? Yeah.
Please, Mr. Jain.
So I believe it's a very novel idea because at a lot of times, the entrepreneur in the MSME segment is too busy running that manufacturing unit that he or she is never thinking of looking beyond. And to look beyond and to go to the next level, certain handholding is required. And very rightly mentioned by Kulkarni ji, that we see people from MNCs or bigger corporations as a part of MDPs being conducted by these good schools. But these schools, like the IIMs and the IITs and other institutes, should actually do satellite programs in tier 2 cities. And this needs to be facilitated through some kind of a government intervention, because a lot of these institutes are funded partially or fully by the government as well. So I think the government should work towards creation of satellite MDP programs in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And at the same time, in India, we are home to a lot of pre-existing clusters. Like I come from Bhopal, and because of BHEL, Bhopal has a beautiful engineering cluster already in place. We should also look at how these clusters can be upgraded through such academia intervention. And I think it's a great thought. And academia can actually come in and see what is the strength of an existing cluster and what it can evolve to. I think this should be a way forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Any other panelist has a view on this point, please?
Yes, sir, Nandakumar here.
Yes, Mr. Nandakumar.
Incidentally, last week, Niti Aayog had come out with a similar program on the project management. And it was inaugurated, I believe, also by Nitin Gadkari. So we must interact with Niti Aayog. Amitabh Khan, they are taking up some initiative on this to develop the management schemes, management skills or management development program for the industries, specifically on the MSME. So this is one aspect I think we can certainly look at. Second one is Kulkarni said the critical mass. I fully agree with him that unless critical mass is available for any MSME to sustain to global quality is very difficult. So what I suggest is, couple of years back, there was a scheme to bring up the champion industry scheme by the government of India. Now, at least we can make some sectors make India the global manufacturing hub and handhold the MSME in that manufacturing hub, which can be selected. So government, I believe Commerce Ministry is taking some steps in that to make some sectors, India, the manufacturing hub for a global capacity. So if we can align with that, even MSMEs can get quite a lot of benefit. So if we can look at these two aspects, that will be a great boost for MSME.
Thank you, Mr. Nandakumar. Excellent inputs. Now, ease of doing business plays a key role to ensure smooth functioning of businesses. MSME in particular are faced with many challenges on this due to lack of transparency and other factors. May I request Mr. Blaise Costabile to give his opinion on this ease of doing business, importance of it in the MSME sector.
Good evening. Thank you. There is no doubt that ease of doing business is the new buzzword, and everybody and anybody is wanting this to move forward or take a very strong grip in. The fact is that the top levels of government are committed to this ease of doing business. Unfortunately, down the line, that has to understand this policy and make it happen. It's the last mile that you would want to consider. Usually, due to various legacy issues, dealing hands in government are reluctant to take decisions, as they feel it may backfire, and thus they wait for higher level intervention. Then there is also a situation where the policy is well laid out, but local level functionaries or especially in Goa context, ministers wish to see the file. So this also adds to the delays that happen. The clamor is for single window systems. Unfortunately, this would require a robust mechanism to implement and a high level of coordination. Again, speaking from a Goa example, we have investment promotion board, which is supposed to be a single window to clear projects above a certain size. However, once the IPB, the applicant goes to the IPB and say he gets a clearance from the IPB, he still has to go to the electricity department and again get a clearance, even though the electricity department is there in the IPB. What should have happened is, when he makes his application to the IPP for his project. He also submits his application for the electricity department through the IPP. Then the board takes the feedback from the electricity department and chooses a sanction. So it is almost like the board applying for the power, not the applicant. In that case, once the board approves the project, the applicant also gets his power sanctioned, and that would be an ideal single window. To this one can add pollution control, water, PWD or factory inspector. That is, the board applies on behalf of the investor and the board follows up with the departments. And given the importance the state of the board, in the case of the IPP, the chairman of the board is the chief minister. Each department will surely respond quickly. So you can call this board by any other name, but its function and its function in different states will be just one: to act as a single window for a project, and the modalities will be common for states. So instead of each state inventing a window, the modalities for a window we can use this. I just heard Mr. Kamble, the Commissioner of Industry, say that in Maharashtra there's a group of officers sitting in one place who can answer queries across departments, the My3 platform. Most states should adopt such measures. It's one platform, but we're talking about going beyond and getting the permissions also got across through communication or through interaction between departments. Taking this concept forward, what happens to units which are in operation? Can we have a single window for them? It may not be feasible, as you may not have to apply for all the licenses at one time, but you'll have to renew X or Y license. Here I would like to bring up the case of what I feel has been done very well by the erstwhile Central Excise Department. If one has to go work years, if you work with this department years ago, they have changed considerably until they were converted to the GST commissionerate. In the old days, if you're a manufacturer, you had to take their permission before you started a new product, even if it was a minor tinkering, it was a new product. You had to file your permission for the price. You have to inform them the price and they have to approve it. Each invoice, you have to take a book to the department and they would stamp it. If the clerk was busy with other things, then you had to wait. And there was also a concept that only a particular part of your factory was drawn in the map of your layout was what they call the bonded storeroom. It's not the same bond storeroom that Mr. Nandakumar referred to. This was a bond storeroom, while today you can use the whole factory. The department has been an early mover of EODB, in my opinion. It's but changed into a very flexible organization that allowed business to grow. They removed the rule of asking for permission to start a new product. You could just make whatever product you wanted and sell it. They removed the need for, initially they said to inform them the price, but that also they removed. There's no BSR. You could use any part of your factory to store finished goods. The department began to trust the assessees. And in my mind is a key to ease of doing business. It's not the fault of the department. Also, we have some cases where people don't do the right thing, and that is from industry side that we have to change. We have to change ethics in dealing with government. So we should now move to more activities that are self-declaration. I mean, I declare that I have followed the rules and I sign off, or my authorized person or my architect signs off. Rules are in place and it's that I'm following the rule. If you want an exemption, then you apply for permission. But if it's as per the rules, then you just go ahead and declare that I have done it and I'm going ahead. Example, building permission. The plan is to be made as per existing rules in force and submitted. The department can vet them at their own sweet time, but the construction can start. At a CII event, Magnificent MP in Indore, that's when the time before the lockdown, I was handing over a plot to one of the industries, I think it was pharmaceutical. He said, submit your plans and start. If this kind of thing happens, that means you can see saving that would happen and the project could go off much faster. It can go. If the policy drives the last mile, it will be definitely contributing to ease of doing business. And Atmanirbhar Bharat, by reducing time and transportation cost. Maybe as we're talking about it now, it's time which is freed, and if the entrepreneur can focus on his business and rather than running around for permissions, he maybe can go back to an MDP program and improve his management skills. So it has a wide range of benefits apart from increasing the revenue to the government in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaze. That was really interesting. In short, let me try and understand this thing by saying that it's about the intent and the knowledge. The intent of the industry and the government both have to be that we need to create a global go-to destination in our states. And for that, we need to do ease of doing business, not only for ease of starting a business, but also ease of doing the business, continuing the business. For example, there are frequent changes in laws that are not updated at the district level or at the local level. As a result, there may be good laws, there may be great policy laid down, but unless it is properly explained and the people are trained to understand that thing, it is a useless policy framework. Frequent law changes happen and the local level is not really updated. These are some of the things that in MSME really faces in ease of doing business. Single window is a big challenge, no doubt. Single application is a very big part of the single window, as you said very rightly. Madhya Pradesh has done some phenomenal work in this, and I'm sure people from Madhya Pradesh would agree, because to the best of my understanding, they have moved from a step from point 7 to point 4 by introducing a robust single window system in their state. As a result of this, they have moved ahead, and it is very important for most of the states to follow the example of the leading states in India as to what they are doing in terms of ease of doing business. And it is only the ease of doing business which can make the life of MSMEs much more comfortable and possible to move ahead. Any other panelists has any views on this, please?
Again, Nandakumar here.
Yes, Mr. Nandakumar.
For a running industry, I personally believe there are quite a lot of renewals or approvals can be made on a self-certification basis. Because when an industry certifies self, they take moral responsibility much higher than anybody else. So can we not propose that which are quite common approvals or renewals, why not the industry themselves do a self-certification and then go ahead? So I personally believe that will be quite a great help for the industries. Thank you.
Absolutely, the same recommendation has been made by Mr. Blaze and you regarding the self-declaration to be made for industries to move forward. It's a very, very important thing. Yes, Mr. Jain.
So what I also believe that a lot of times these MSMEs do not have very elaborate departments to study policy changes. So the government, even at the state level or the central level, should look at creation of knowledge banks, because when you go on the internet and you search for a policy change, it's more confusing than helping at times. So I think government should look at a centralized knowledge bank, which should be like a library of changes, so that a person can see what is the latest in line of changes that has happened in terms of policy. Because a lot of times understanding of policies is also very important, and knowing which is the latest set of policies out there to help the MSME is also very important. So I believe a centralized knowledge bank creation would also be something which would be very helpful from a policy framework point of view.
Great, Mr. Jain. Congratulations to your state for doing so well in the ease of doing business rankings. Any other panelist has an opinion on this topic, please?
Yeah, Mukund here. Basically, ease of doing business where decision makers sit is different than ease of doing business where the locations are far away from decision makers. So decision making in Mumbai is something different. Ease of doing business in Mumbai is different, and ease of doing business in Akola is different. So for that purpose, there has to be adequate decentralization at industrial location level, and that will make a good breakthrough in ease of doing business.
A very good point, Mukund. Point noted. Absolutely. Decentralization is the order of the day. As we say in Maharashtra, we need to create Maitri and mini Maitris at various district levels. We move on to the last point of our discussions today. All this is very good that we have discussed, but nothing is really effective unless we have the right finance in place. So none of the above can be achieved without the adequate backing of finance, either equity or debt. The challenges faced by MSMEs to finance the business is a severe challenge. Let me ask Mr. Sachin Shirgaonkar to throw some light and about his views on this topic. Sachin ji.
Yeah, thank you, Rishiji, and all the panelists. As far as finance is concerned, we all are aware that in spite of significant contribution by the MSMEs in the economy, there are a lot of hindrances in finance. The major challenge to all of us is the access to timely and adequate finance, and that too at a reasonable cost. If this adequate and timely finance is made available to the MSMEs at a reasonable cost, then I feel the overall growth of the MSMEs will surely be more in the economy. If you see, finance for the MSMEs have been by two ways. One is the smaller size MSMEs, micro and small. They get this finance either from the promoters or either from their friends, relatives, and some bigger size MSMEs, medium scale MSMEs, usually take finances from the financial institutions. But these financial institutions are more interested, as we all know, in big ticket size finance than the small size finance, because there they have a higher cost of servicing, higher cost of finance is there for those kind of industries. Apart from this, there is a lot of difficulty in providing collaterals for the MSMEs. The main constraints that the bankers usually face while financing MSMEs is the risk that the MSMEs usually have. We as MSMEs are vulnerable to the market and the economic fluctuations and the changes. And though we are more vulnerable, I would say we are also very agile and flexible organizations. So we can immediately move around and change because we are comparatively small in size. Apart from that, bankers, as you know, go on a lot of documentations like the credit ratings. Providing these loans take a lot of time because they go from one step to the other. So how do we speed up these kind of finances to MSMEs is a bigger challenge. And there, I think the policies of the public sector banks can come in picture, wherein there can be additional limits given to local levels, wherein this finance can be made easily available than going higher up levels to various offices and then getting all these finances done. As far as the source of finance, all of us know that in this COVID times, we have been provided with this emergency line of credit, and majority of us have availed this kind of benefit, which really has helped the industry. Apart from this kind of finances, the government has, in the last 5 to 7 years, come up with an SME exchange. We ourselves have experienced this in the 2018. We listed one of our companies on the SME exchange, and it was quite a smooth transition from being a private limited company to an SME exchange. So we could raise sufficient finance for the expansion of this, the facility that we have in Kolhapur. So SME listing is one of the areas that I feel can be looked upon by MSMEs so as to grow and expand their overall business. Apart from because the SME exchange has a lot of flexibility than the main exchanges. And that flexibility gives us an edge for going in for the main listing after 2 years from the stage that you go else on the SME listing. Apart from this, we know the venture capitals and private equities, which are really not very popular in India, but slowly they are becoming popular in the startups. Government has now come up with a scheme which is called as the Fund of Funds. 10,000 crores were declared to be given for this Fund of Funds scheme. And I personally feel that this Fund of Funds has to percolate down to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. They should take this through the DICs or various other departments that the government has and allocate some kind of funding to various states and their Tier 2, Tier 3 cities wherein this Fund of Funds can really be implemented and used. This is something similar to the SME listing, but I think since the government has already allocated those kind of funds, companies can surely take the benefit of that. There's one more product that we also use and many of us must be using, which is the factoring. There's a factoring product which is based on the account receivable of any company, and there are banks as well as private factoring companies who come forward to finance these receivables, and these finances can then in turn help us in the working capital finance. We all are aware SIDBI, which is the Small Industrial Development Bank of India, has been there for the last several years. And within SIDBI, there are a lot of schemes which are available. These kind of schemes should be percolated again down to the SMEs, and we should be more, they should be more vibrantly told and made sure that they are available to the MSMEs. As far as the government policies go, I feel good policies have been brought in, mainly payment of the MSMEs in 45 days, payment of interest on this. Though this is quite a delicate topic, I think this is going to be more and more important because we as companies now have to report to the ROC that how many companies have we really paid in 45 days. So this is a good start that the government of India has done that will surely help MSMEs get their money faster. If at all they don't get their money, at least there is a provision of interest. So this particular thing has to be really fully implementable wherein the companies get that benefit. Apart from this, I think the goods and service tax, the GST, actually needs to be further streamlined. If it is further streamlined and if it is more rational in complete act, right from the inputs to the output, I think there would be funds available to companies which get locked with the government. Presently, we see that there are companies which fall under the inverted duty structure. There are companies which they expand for their growth and do not get the benefit of some GST credits. I feel if the complete GST credits are available to companies, that cash flow will surely help them grow as well as bring in a lot of employment. So these are the measures. We just heard in the last session the Champions portal, which is there. And I feel there are a lot of schemes on the Champion portal, which also can be benefited by the MSMEs. With this, I feel that the government has started doing a lot of things, but they need to come down to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, wherein it is more taken up as an input to the industry, more seminars or those kind of things have to be done to make industry aware that these are the benefits that they can enjoy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachinji. This was very interesting. What you said, what I could make out was, in short, that lot has been done, lot of activities, but intent of the government is good. They've come out with very good policies for the MSME. Only thing is we have to see the implementation as the days go by, because we have been under COVID for some time, and we are in a restrictive stage right now, but we have to see the implementation once the moratorium period and the COVID period is over, and we have to see how the banks and the institutions react for the MSMEs for as far as the funding is concerned. Of course, there are many options: fund of fund, equity funds, SIDBI, all and factoring, all those facilities are available. But time will tell how it works out, because the implementation is very, very crucial in this matter. And with this, we have covered all the points today in this panel. Is there anybody who has any point before I start the concluding remarks, please?
Again, Nandakumar, can I just add 2 points, sir?
Please go ahead.
Because banks come under RBI Act. So what happens? RBI guidelines followed by the banks. There is a classification known as IRAC, income recognition and asset classification, because when the companies have delay in interest, they make SMA 0, 1, 2 and NPA. What happens is that 90-day period is across all sectors, whether you run a restaurant or whether you're in a complex engineering company or an EPC company. So we must ask at least the IRAC nomenclature should be related to the manufacturing cycle. It cannot be that every industry on 90th day becomes an NPA, because present IRAC nomenclature is like that. So we must at least look at that IRAC nomenclature, which is classification, shall be at least relevant to manufacturing cycle of the industries, so that there is a lot of minimization of the NPAs come. Similarly, what happened is in 2018, RBI discontinued the buyer's credit all on a sudden. And buyer's credit was over a period of 66 months. So this has put a lot of EPC companies into trouble. And a lot of EPC companies became NPA because they could not source this buyer's credit just because of overnight withdrawal. So any change in policy should have some leeway for the industries to adjust. These 2 points mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nandakumar. Very valid points. Now, due to paucity of time, I must start the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, great interaction, great positive discussion. All kinds of problems were discussed and solutions given. Let's try and understand what India has. Let's go back to the past. Let's say what Mr. Modi told us some time back, our Prime Minister, that India has got 3D. Democracy, demographic dividend, and the demand. And keeping that in mind, that stays within India, and of course, the present opportunity that the world has offered us to be the global manufacturing hub and the go-to destination. For this, we have discussed many things in many areas what MSME's role can be. Some of the areas where the industry has to do, the industry has to become competitive with regard to their quality, cost, development, delivery, and management. Whereas the R&D will play always a very significant part for India to become a global manufacturing hub. What the government needs to do is, of course, certain things on the export side. They have to look at the FTAA, PTA, CPA agreements. They have to create an infrastructure. They have to ensure cost of funds. And of course, the benefit of MEIS, how it's going to offset as the policy is very important. From the indigenization program, the phased manufacturing plan may need to be brought into the system again. R&D incentives need to be put, and certain benefits should be given for technology transfers and JVs from global technology partners. For import substitution, we said that we need to have a very structured outlook for import substitution, just in the same way as we look at export. For clusters, we did say that a management development program has to develop to increase the maturity of the MSME management teams, and of course to create a critical mass. On ease of doing business, 2 very important significant things that came out was ease of doing business not only should be on ease of starting a business, but it should be ease of continuing the business. And therefore, for the purpose of continuing the business, self-certification should be permitted, and there should be a strong, effective single window where the promoter or the business person does not have to run from window to window. So these 2 things become very important for ease of doing business. And finally, finance. Timely money and cost of money, 2 very important aspects. And once these 2 things are in place, and the government has taken many good actions, need to do a lot more things. Intent of the government is good, policies are good, but implementation is something that we need to see. With this, I thank all the participants, all the panelists, and all the guests for today's panel discussion. It's been truly interesting, and I'm sure that a lot of this will help all of us in future. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the participation. Over to the CII team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now be beginning with the final panel discussion for the day, which is bringing back exports for MSMEs in the COVID-19 era. May I first invite the session moderator, Mr. Mukund Kulkarni, Chairman, CII Marathwada Zonal Council and Director, Expert Global Solutions Private Limited. May I now invite our esteemed speakers, Mr. Charan Ahuja, Managing Director, Pal Fashions Private Limited, Mr. Ish Mohan Garg, Managing Director, Calderys India Refractors Limited, Imeris India Chairman, and SW Asia Vice President, Calderys India Refractors Limited, Dr. A. Raj, Director and in charge, ZED Program, Quality Council of India, Mr. Vijay Inamke, Sourcing Director, Cummings India Limited, and Mr. Sangram Patil, Director, Marvelous Machines Private Limited. Welcome, panelists. May I now request the moderator to kindly take over the session. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Rohit. The focus of our discussion is bringing back the export. In times. But it is said that there are opportunities in the challenges and we need to look at it. And that is the purpose of this particular session. We are focusing on exports and we will see that the contents are delivered to the audience. We are lucky that we have 5 versatile panelists. They are already introduced. I will not repeat. It is almost 5:50. We want to finish it at 6:50. We have been given 1 hour, and the panelists are going to help me for 2 things. The first thing is to see that the contents are delivered, the deliverables are given, and what we are aiming at. My MSME friends should be in a position to carry the action items for 3 purposes. The first is we have lost some export business, how to bring it back. Second, once it is brought back, how to sustain and how to improve. And there are many MSME friends who are listening this panel discussion, those who are aspiring exporters and how to go about it. So bring back the export, hold the gains, improve the exports, and how to enter the new exporter into the market is the list of deliverable that we have. And second, where you are going to help me is to manage the time. And I'm sure if I act as alarm, you will pardon me, because in the discussion, what we will have to see that contents are delivered and contents are delivered in time. So with this, I will just set the context on and we will start. What is important in these current circumstances is there are challenges. We should settle down. We should understand the challenges. We should deal the challenges and we should face. For that purpose, 5 panelists, my 5 panelist colleagues are going to concentrate on 5 different aspects. We will divide the whole panel discussion into 2 parts. First, for 5 minutes, each panelist will concentrate on focus area, what he feels is important for the purpose of our focus subject. And after that, we will take some specific question answer, which we have listed in the interest of MSME. So my panelist friend will first deliver contents within 5 minutes. The only exception will be our first panelist, Mr. Ahuja, had to leave the session because it got delayed and he has another time commitment. So he will concentrate on 2 parts. One is how to deliver quality and value to our export customers through technology and innovations. And he will guide us on what top 3 expectations which MSME should expect from government to do the export of business. I request Mr. Charan Ahuja to guide the audience.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank Mukundji for giving me this wonderful opportunity. It's my privilege to share this platform with such eminent speakers. Bringing back exports post-COVID will definitely happen by leveraging India's various strengths. We have major strengths of rich resources, availability of raw materials indigenously, and we have been leveraging them over the past as well. We have a large talent pool of skilled manpower, a strong infrastructure for logistics as well as telecommunication, etc. My focus on technology comes from the experience in the textile sector from where I am. And to give you an example, which is very pertinent for the times to come, the textile Shifley embroidery industry about 20 years back was working with vintage machinery. We had 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old machines that we were producing on. So obviously, it was very difficult to meet the global expectations. The one game changer of introducing the Textile Upgradation Fund scheme by the Government of India, it totally transformed the landscape, especially because the new technology was coming in without the shackles of the license Raj. So one such change can make a big difference because MSMEs are very capable of embracing such opportunities. We were able to bring in the new technology. And just few years back when we were preparing a report for Gap, which is a major US apparel brand, that why they should be sourcing from India instead of China. The most interesting part was that by then we had built the world's largest Shifley embroidery capacity in India. And you will be proud to know that the major part of this capacity is with the MSME sector. The additional part of innovating along with the technology also can be explained in a similar example, because at that time we were copying the designs from Europe or from Japan and making cheap copies, and that's the kind of offerings we were making in the global market. But after this new technology was very well absorbed, the latest digital machines were absorbed in India, we were able to also do a lot of innovation and take inspiration from our traditional textile embroideries that we have from various parts of the country. And now we can speak about this being a very special edge that we enjoy in the global markets. So MSMEs have the capability, they need some catalyst, they need some kind of support from the outside, and we are able to deliver with all that we are having as our core competence and strength. With regards to innovation, I have another example to share with you. We've been bringing in digital printing to replace the traditional printing in India. And India today has very large capacity of digital printing machines, as well as they are exporting in a big way. And the most significant shift we saw, these digital printing machines from Japan, when they were being wanting to develop by HP, Hewlett Packard, they wanted to enter the textile industry. They approached Indian industry to help them develop the machine. So we were one of the 5 beta development partners, and they invited us to Barcelona headquarters to interact and explain. My belief is, which I also want my friends here to believe strongly, that we are capable, we have all the wherewithal, and with a little bit of support from the government, we can make a very big difference. Another aspect which I want to share with you is about the agility, the versatility, the speed with which we can shift, which I feel even within India, it's something the MSMEs, the family managed businesses that are able to demonstrate very strongly. So COVID is a very different challenge. For large organizations to adapt and change and build their infrastructure, there's a long planning and time taken into execution as well. But for the MSMEs, we are able to move very fast. Today, in my industry, what people want is comfort clothing, athleisure, active wear. We are able to move things fast and then approach our buyers, our customers in the overseas market to be able to deliver much faster the new requirements, the needs of the consumer. We are able to adapt and shift very fast because of the agility of being a smaller player and being able to form collaborations, source the necessary uh, inputs at a much faster pace, and come back to the customer with offerings at speed. So all of these are the things which I feel in terms of technology absorption, in terms of innovation, in terms of our agility and speed will definitely give us an edge to meet the challenge and bring back exports. So are we Atmanirbhar Bharat in the future? Of course. Are we able to make a big dent and take up the export market? Definitely. These are both sides of the two sides of the same coin. And with regards to the government requirement input, sir, I would like to emphasize on the fact that in the early 90s, when our balance of payment position was very, very feeble, the government came and gave us an offering on tax incentives as well as incentives on exports, and how the response by the MSMEs brought in billions of dollars to change the whole scenario. So once again, I feel post-COVID, we cannot print $3 trillion like the US economy has done. We cannot bring in $1.1 trillion like the Japanese equivalent they have done in this time. But what we can do is maybe bring a lot of this $4 trillion back to India through exports. So I think let's focus on that and let our government help us in doing that by extending some extra boost like they did in the early 90s to make us deliver and bring the much needed foreign exchange, make exports stronger. At the same time, that makes our domestic industry also very strong. So I'm very confident and I'm sure that we will all do it. And I'm loving to be a part of this journey along with all of you in making this happen. Wishing all of you the very best. Thank you.
Chiranjeev, thank you. What a crisp input. Well, I should call your points as you have conveyed bullet points to the people. I was taking sincere notes. Some of the points are. What I liked is you conveyed everybody that we are capable. Then second is create the capacity. Businesses can come from China to India. Innovate rather than copy. Agility is our strength, generate the speed. And you have said that two things which I have noted is the textile upgradation funds were game changer. Government should think of in this pandemic situation, add some another game changer. The exports will come back and India will flourish again. Thank you very much. You have another commitment. Thank you very much for giving a very crisp input to the audience. Thank you. I will request now Mr. Ish Garg to focus on marketing aspect, digital marketing aspect, and more importantly, the quality beyond product quality. That is the crucial aspect. And he has great experience of doing business with many countries. And I am sure all those experiences will come handy. I request Mr. Garg to take the floor on.
Thank you, Mukundji. I'm sure I'm audible.
Yes.
These days, the three words are very critical. Am I audible? Am I visible? And that's the challenge of a digital world. Before even I come to digital marketing or I come to the subject of quality, there are a couple of things which Mr. Ahuja mentioned, and maybe I'm going to be repeating those things. First, there cannot be a better opportunity. I don't know, I recollect it, either it was Mr. Ahuja or someone else before that. There cannot be a better opportunity than this, what we have at this point of time in form of COVID. All that globalization which was happening over the last 2 decades have suddenly come to a grinding halt, and the new principles of business are being formed. The myths are changing, the rules are changing, the rules of the games are changing, and that's where I clearly see an advantage to the MSMEs in India. Somewhere, I strongly believe that we feel that being an MSME is a disadvantage to us, while it covers starting from micro up to medium enterprises. There's an old saying that unless you draw a smaller line, you would not realize that you have been the bigger. And that's where the mindset of MSMEs also has to change. And what we are blessed with in our country is, be it any business, is agility and speed, and which is something which comes very handy when we come to the subject of marketing, and especially marketing in the current context. One thing I would like to make it a bit specific here for our audience is that often we confuse marketing with sales. These are two different subjects altogether. Marketing is about bringing consumer to you, attracting consumer to you, making him glued to you, and sales is about ensuring that you execute your transaction and convert it into a revenue and profit. So I'll be sticking to the first part of it. How's that SMEs or MSMEs should be looking at marketing in the current context of Corona? Uh, Coming back to how is it advantageous, what is happening around us? I think in earlier days, if an MSME owner or management has to think about marketing, the first thought comes is, if I invest into this, is it going to be giving me adequate return on investment? Is it something which I can afford? Is it something which I can do? I do Marketing is somehow a coveted word, wherein which we believe that is monopoly of large corporation. But trust me, in our own pursuit, we can do that, and now it's becoming even easier with advent of digital. Uh, I'm sure you would agree that businesses do not run in thin air. They require planning. They require strategy, and all of you who are in MSME have that planning and have that strategy. There's no doubt that today the challenge, amidst all those challenges which have been mentioned till now, the bigger challenge for any business is technology. And technology is the biggest competitor for business today. It's not the competitor whom you are thinking. Where digital comes, or where digital marketing comes very handy to you, it's a platform which is huge. It's a platform which comes at low cost. It's a platform which comes with lesser risk, and it does wonders. In my business, I'm by definition, I'm not an MSME, but as I did mention earlier, when I draw the line on the left and the right, which is smaller and the bigger, I do realize that there is something which is advantageous to me, and there is something which is disadvantageous to me compared to the smaller ones and the bigger ones. Uh, last few years, there have been enough growth of MSMEs in country. The statistics is known to people, so I'm not going to be repeating the statistics. The goal for any business, like any business for MSMEs, is also to increase sales. And trust me, what helps you to achieve this goal, and what helps you to achieve return on investment, is this component of marketing and component of digital. In the previous panel discussion, I believe, if I'm not wrong, Rahul spoke a little bit about digital component and industry 4.0. Taking it forward, uh, for MSMEs specifically, and for any organization specifically, do not think that these are big words. You just need to learn, adopt some of these strategies. which may appear to be difficult, which may appear to be complex, but then they are of immense help to you. They are of immense advantage to you. The truth behind such a statement may not have any base, but all businesses have a potential to adopt these strategies, to adopt such marketing, and to adopt digital in their own way. Changing environment, the changing digital marketing, MSME can try and implement a lot of these strategies, which are very low cost and low risk. And believe me, everything starts with a humble beginning. You can start with blogging. You can start with very known popular social media tools such as Facebook or LinkedIn. Email marketing has been an old thing, but then there are newer technologies which are available to make it very specific. Search engine optimization, we must have heard it many a times, and it might have sounded as very complex, but believe me, these are some very low cost, low risk tools, but are able to, they have the ability to give you huge return if you are able to implement them successfully. Uh, uh, I, I would like to end by saying just one thing. Basic principles of business remain same. Basic principles, whether they are applicable to large industries or they are applicable to small industries. It's a journey which we need to travel. It's a journey where we need to advance. It's a journey where we need to adapt. There is no better time than what it is there today to adopt some of these new age tools, new age marketing strategies, and especially digital marketing strategies. And believe me, it can do wonders for you. There isn't any better example than my own personal example of doing it over the last many months. We never thought of these kinds of things probably 6 to 8 months before, but today I have a fully functional site, and we are far more active on social media, and we have already built a very low cost e-commerce platform which would soon be available to reaching out to our customers, not only in India but outside, anywhere in the world. If I had to think of that kind of a reach 6 months back in a pre-COVID scenario, probably I would have dropped that idea looking at the investment and not being able to justify the return. But then looking at opportunity in the adversity and making some very humble small investments in digital, today I'm able to generate and reap benefits by reaching out to far wider audience of customers, not only in India but across the globe. Uh, Goes without saying, since the topic is exports, I think there's another example which I can quote, and it's not an example; it's more of a fact that what has saved us this year in terms of our business, in terms of our top line and bottom line, when we saw economy dropping in India and businesses suffering in India in quarter 1 and partially in quarter 2, was our ability to reach out to the global audience using these digital tools and digital marketing tools. And today I'm quite happy to inform this August panel and inform my friends in MSMEs that my head is above water, because we could do it well in time. We could do it with a lot of agility, and we could adapt it very fast, and we could reap the best benefits out of it. Export is something which would probably be seeing triple digit growth. So I know it's difficult for anyone to believe, but for me, export is something which would be seeing triple digit growth in this year for my business, wherein I would still struggle to achieve a single digit growth, probably to stay even positive on the domestic front. And all thanks to our ability to adapt to the marketing tools, and all thanks to our ability to adapt to the digital and new world. Some very small things, some very humble things which we started, which we could build scale, We could not have thought of it 6 months back, thinking that these are big boys game. But today I'm happy that we had the courage to do that, and we could reap the best benefits out of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Kulkarni. That's all from my side.
Garbji, thank you very much. Friends, MSME friends, these were inputs from large organization to MSME. What I noted, what I learned from your explanation inputs is there cannot be better opportunity because rules of the game have changed. So what we need to understand is what are the new rules. Probably change in mindset is most important. What I liked is switch on the bigger light if you want to see better. So that is what we will have to think differently, see differently. Most important input from you is, can I afford marketing expenses? So go digital, start very humble, maybe blog, maybe search engine, and email is fairly old technique now. Last important point which I would like to convey to my MSME friends on behalf of you, though it may appear complex, business does not come through thin air. There has to be planning and there has to be strategy. Thank you very much for your inputs. Thank you very much. Our next panelist is Mr. Vijay Inamke. There is a specialty with this panelist. He is now customer is talking to you. He is sourcing director in Cummins. No additional explanation is required. So I request all MSMEs to understand from him how customers looks at you, and he will be focusing on how capabilities should be developed within the organization to get geared up for exports. Mr. Inamke, please.
Hi, Mukund. Hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay, so good evening. I think, thank you very much, first of all, CI and Mukund, for inviting me for this session. I think very diversified group of people of MSMEs, gathered here, but my own experience comes from mostly the automotive, power gen, and the commercial vehicle segment. And of course, what I'm sharing, I think it may be applicable to other engineering organizations and other group of companies. But just to give you a perspective, of the last 20 years when I'm working in this whole global sourcing part of it, what we are finding is that just a minute, yeah. Mukund, are you able to see me and listen me?
You are audible, but video has a problem.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Think whether it has come?
No.
I think it has come.
Yes.
Okay. So my experience typically in the global sourcing for last 20 years, when I'm working for Cummins, I think what we are finding it is that, the India-based suppliers are almost 20 to 30% cost competitive when I'm talking about on an ex-works cost basis as compared to the European suppliers, as compared to the North American suppliers. We are finding that India suppliers provide value, to the extent of some, ranging averagely between 20 to 30% in terms of cost. And some of the suppliers even provide value to the extent of 50%. So I think that is whole cost-effective game when we talk about exports. But when we talk about while you are trying to achieve the cost targets, which are set by the global, customers, I think it is very important is that what are the other competencies which are needed, for a long-term sustenance for the exports. And I listed, from our industry perspective, few things, which are critical from competence building. I think first of all, I think when we are talking about 30%, effectiveness, it is very important that, while technology selection, what we do it for producing any component, I think, we need to select the very cost-effective technologies, but, which provides very robust output. That is the key. And the second component when we talk about, I think, is the manufacturing engineering expertise. I think, global customers expect that all the suppliers from India, they should have the zero defect mentality. It means that whenever you ship something, I think they expect that they should just fit on the engine or product. Global customer. So from that perspective, the manufacturing engineering capability, where when you design the process, how you can design right first time, and which will generate the zero defect product. I think that is the critical, I can say, input in terms of. So these, I think, you need to have those manufacturing engineering experts in every organization for the process design part of it, because quality has to be come from a design at the design stage and not by checking it. I think that is the key thing. Second thing, is about robust design quality reviews and technical reviews. I think when you accept any order from the global customer, I think you should review all the prints and specifications, and you will find like many things will be stated. Very few things will be stated on the print, but many unstated things will be there as a part of engineering standards and other. So that is where benchmarking of all the samples of the current customer and doing all inspection part of it proactively, asking all the technical queries proactively and getting it clarified from the customer, that is very critical. So ask thousands of questions to your customer saying that, hey, whether this expectation is met, and in terms of spec, everything, so that you understand the scope in totality before you really accept the project, and then you enter into the project. Third thing, which is very important, is that the global customers are very fussy about, about the time plans what you're committing. If you're committed that you will deliver the product in 12 weeks, I think they are very particular about the timing, and that is where I highly recommend the MSMEs need to have the dedicated project management, team, which will manage each of the project. They can handle maybe depending upon size, 3 or 4 or 5 projects. But these project management experts need to track the projects during execution on a Microsoft project or by using other project management tools, and make sure that all commitments are 100% adhered. Maybe you can think of putting some factor of safety before putting to committing to the global customers, but I think it is very important you meet the time commitment. I think another aspect for me is the the metrological and metallurgical capabilities from automotive world. I think the customers have very advanced level of measuring equipments, in whether it's a metallurgical equipments or measurement equipments, and that is where I think you should ask proactively, hey, how you're going to check our parts, and if you do not have those capabilities, get it checked from the NABL accredited labs with the same equipment, so that your parts will not get rejected when they land up in Europe or North America. I think another point which I listed from exports perspective is especially automotive worlds, and I believe that may be the case for other segments where the cleanliness standards it has gone up significantly, and that is where the millipore and type of cleanliness which is accepted by the customers, that has become very stringent, and that is where I recommend MSMEs to really invest in terms of washing the parts, drying them, and that is very, very critical in meeting the millipore expectations of the global customers. And last point, Mukund, from my side is the packaging and rust preservation. Now, this is the most neglected area in India, where we do not pay attention to the packaging and rust prevention. But when the part travel 8 weeks through the sea and reach the customer and they remain in warehouse for like 3 to 4 months, I think this is a very specialized field, and now there is enough know-how in India in terms of rust preservatives which meets the global standards, and packaging. I think that I highly recommend suppliers to work with some of the global partners in terms of packaging and rust preservation, so that even though you produce parts and they are very good, you will find like in many cases when the part reach United States or Europe, they reach in rusty condition. So, and it is of no use. I think these were the few pointers, Mukund, I have, especially from automotive, power gen, and commercial vehicle perspective. I thought I should share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The points which you shared is something like checklist that the customer gives to supplier. I was noting down. First is cost effective and not low cost technology solution. So what we need to learn is to come out with cost effective solution. Zero defect mentality by way of process design and not by way of checking. The third important point is understand the scope of project and then only accept it. Don't rush around. Project management is important if you want to respect the time and keep customer happy. Mature measurement and testing facilities are must when you are dealing with developed world. And last important point, which is normally neglected, that your experience says, packaging and rust prevention cannot be neglected. This is one of the part of supply, total supply design. Thank you very much for the checklist. This will be really useful. Thank you. See, after getting inputs from customer, a very large multinational company, let us move on to the learning from MSME. Mr. Sangram Patil, who comes from Tier 2 city of Kolhapur, MSME manufacturing company, having experience of joint venture with international company. He would like to share his experiences that how to get geared up for export. Mr. Sangram Patil, please.
Thank you, Mukundji. Am I audible?
Yes, very much. Visible and audible, both.
So on the onset, let me express my gratitude to CII and in particular to Mukundji for giving me a platform today to express my views on the exports in the COVID-19 period. Friends, our earlier panelists have very clearly told us that yes, the Indian MSME has the competency, has the confidence, and has the capability to do any kind of business, particularly relating to the exports. And very rightly told by Mr. Vijay Namke that MSME which wants to get into the exports should do the right thing first, that is right quality, right process, have the capability to do the technical reviews, give a dependable time plan, and in discussion with the customers, arrive at a situation where we are clear about what we are supposed to do before we take up any project. So when we have to do all these activities, the basic thing remains is our organization structure should be strong, which can take care of all these requirements from the overseas customers. And that is why I feel that the MSME entrepreneur should try to build his organization in a very systematic way. Normally what happens is the MSME comes up with the concept of entrepreneurship as a self-employment, and then slowly he graduates from the self-employment stage to a bigger size, and then it becomes difficult for him to really understand how to manage the situation. So for that, we need to have a very strong organization which can, move in line with the goals that the entrepreneur has set. And for that, the organization should have clear laid down core values. That is what I feel, and these core values in particular, the most important core values that must be included in our policy statements is ethics, integrity, and leadership. We need to have this promotional of leadership also within the organization, though we are an MSME. But this culture of promoting leadership has to be developed in our organization. See, when I say ethics, integrity, when we are supposed to do right first at the first attempt, we need to be very, align ourselves to the goals of the organization. And for that, we need to expose our people, we need to expose our workforce to good amount of inputs, technical inputs, good amount of training from both the sides, technical training as well as psychological trainings also, because that too plays an important role. That is what I feel. Because if you see in the 4 M's, man, machine, material, and money, man also is the most important M, which plays a bigger role. and we should have the right people at the right positions. And because I have seen that with my interactions with my OEMs in the European, the US, even Russia and the other markets, even China, we are also exporting to China. Please take a note. So they want to have, the various technical reviews with individual people, and that time these people should be capable enough. They should, understand their jobs in a very proper way. So we should have a very well laid down KPIs also at various organizational levels to ensure that each one understands his job in a very proper way. If that is done, I think the organization takes a very strong foothold. And once our organization is strong, the teamwork comes into the picture. And then because of a proper teamwork, I think we are able to achieve good results. And this I have practiced in my organization, though we are small in size, but I have tried to work professionally in this way also, and I have seen the results. That is the reason why we were able to have a joint venture with an Italian company. We first started doing business with them as a supplier-customer relationship, but then looking at our sincerity, our quality, our deliveries, they thought of why not we start a 100% dependable unit for us. That time I insisted that, okay, 100% buyback arrangement can be ensured. But what happens if there is some issue in the market and we are not able to support you? So in that case, I would like to have your involvement also in this venture. And that is how they came into the picture. And now it is last 20 years that we have been associated with them. We have done a backward integration and also started our own foundry division in collaboration with them. And I'm very happy to tell you that we are increasing multifolds in this COVID-19 atmosphere also. So that is why I feel that COVID-19 has opened opportunities for MSMEs. It's only upon us, to really seek these opportunities and convert these opportunities into the proper actions and the proper business. And I think here the MSME entrepreneur plays a very important role, and we should have an organization which is more of system driven than man driven. So once we have a system driven organization, I think the MSME entrepreneur has enough time then to look after the other aspects of growing business also. And I think this can help the MSMEs to really scale up their operations. And once we have this capability, the competency, and also the capacity, then I feel export market is a very lucrative market for us, because as rightly said by Vijay, we are 20 to 30% competitive than the other markets. But we must have the capability to use the right process, the right manpower, and the right method to get the things done, and also the right approach, which is very important. And I think with these tools, MSMEs can definitely gear up themselves, even in this COVID-19 atmosphere, to take up these export challenges. And I think lastly, I would like to mention that each MSME entrepreneur should take a limitation and turn it into an opportunity, and then take an opportunity and turn it into an adventure by dreaming big and getting into the export market, which is a very big market, and definitely that market will help us to change the culture of our organization as well as the structure of our company also. So with these words, I thank Mukundji once again for giving us a platform to express our views on this. And we would be happy to interact with the question and answer sessions and clarify certain things if that are required by the entrepreneurs. Thank you, Mukundji. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sangramji. If you ask me to define what you have conveyed to people in one line, then it is listening from horse's mouth. Because normally our thinking is what all you have explained, As a SME, I can tell you, this is not possible and this is not possible in second tier city. But you have demonstrated it. There are two major points which I have noted. First is entrepreneurship is beyond self-employment. Develop the organization, have a structure and have a system. That is first. Second is define your core values and promote core values within the organization. See that it reaches to people. Training, technical training, psychological, behavioral training to be done so that the competency of people is developed. KPI should be in place. And supplier customer relationship through trust you have converted into a joint venture partnership. What I feel it's a business model by itself. At least 10% of us can implement on it. And last is your message to people is convert opportunity into adventure. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Friends, our last panelist who put the point is Dr. Raj. He is Senior Director in Quality Council of India. I'm sure you know what he is going to talk about. But I am telling you, he is not going to talk on that. He will talk something different. He is going to talk on how protocol should be followed within the organization in COVID times for the purpose of business sustainability. Of course, in question answer, he will talk on quality, but currently he will talk about sustenance is important more than anything else. I give floor to Dr. Raj. Please.
Thank you so much, Mukundji. First of all, thank you so much to CII for giving us an opportunity to be presenting our views here. And thank you all other panelists who have been here with their wonderful, brilliant views. And if we move ahead with these advice and these sessions which have been given, certainly there is a ray of hope in these tough times. So Mukundji, as we had said, I will be actually talking about what are the protocols that they need to be in place. See, the post-COVID business landscape requires a few imperatives for the MSMEs specifically. So counting it, number one, ensuring safe operations and workplace for safeguarding the health and safety of all employees, customers, as well as public. So, and there needs to be a protocol. In that process, that protocol should comply with the government regulations regarding COVID-19, the guidelines, the SOPs which have come out from the center, from the state-specific health authorities, the sector-specific guidelines which have come in, they should comply with that. And they should, while doing this, the MSMEs must identify what are the risks that are expected to be there when the operations are on, what kind of measures need to be there that can mitigate those risks to ensure business continuity. I'm talking about COVID-related risks right now. And all this to strengthen the business for sustainable performance. So for this, there have been a lot have been said, but sometime in May, Quality Council of India already came out with a protocol which was endorsed by DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce, and a lot of MSMEs have already gone in for the adoption of this standard. This is called the WASH standard, the Workplace Assessment for Safety and Hygiene. This particular standards, friends and fellow MSMEs, why I'm saying fellow is I have been an MSME in the service sector for 18 years myself. I understand your pain. These are tough times. This calls for tough measures. So what this protocol WASH is basically bringing in is an assistance to all the MSMEs in their preparedness to continue operations during COVID times. It is applicable to any sector. And the idea here is for you to understand this protocol, adopt it, train your people, and if you wish, you can go for third-party perspective also. See, the question of third-party perspective is there. People say that I don't need an assessment to be done. One of the panelists spoke about NABL accredited labs to be tested from there. This concept of accreditation has its own beauty. So what we bring here is, let me explain in a very simple way for the MSMEs. If I go to a laboratory, a pathology, for a general medical check or a blood test that I need to get done, I need to know what is wrong with me. I don't say, okay, here is 500 rupees, make sure my fasting is under 100 or my hemoglobin is above 14. Make sure that kind of report comes out. No, I don't say that. I say, I want to know what is wrong with me. I want to know what are my opportunities for improvement. So similarly, a third party perspective brings that you would know what more can be there to improve, and especially in the times of Corona. So this particular WASH standard that QCI brings in is not just about hygiene and safety only, because it is not just about masks, sanitizers, and social distancing. It is a whole ecosystem which an MSME must put into place, practice it on a daily basis in order to minimize the risk out of COVID. Why I'm saying minimize is, see, no one can say that you are COVID free for the next 3 months. Something can happen, right? Everything is not under your control. What is under your control is to minimize the risk. So apart from hygiene and safety, this particular protocol brings in what kind of ventilation or clean air that you should maintain, which is related to CPWD regulation. What kind of preventive measures you need to have in place. The waste management related to COVID. We can't just throw our mask and our gloves and our headgears or our shields just like that and mix it with the other factory waste. We can't do that. There is a certain protocol regarding that also. There should be a protocol regarding MSMEs themselves have suppliers. They have vendors. What kind of protocol you have in place for the vendors? What kind of protocol you have for transport, the vendor transport, your own transport, the staff transport regarding COVID? And most importantly, do you have systems in place to avoid discriminatory practices regarding COVID? It is a complete ecosystem of 15 elements that WASH brings in. It is the entire thing is on the QCI website. The detailed standard, it is there on the website. There is nothing hidden. You don't have to pay and buy the standard. It is made by QCI for the MSMEs, for the nation, for any industry for that matter. And what you need to see is there should not be any discrimination that seeps in your practice while you're opening your operations and running your operations, your factory operations. The prejudices and bias should not seep in, because that would be a bit unfair. So this is what the Quality Council of India brings in with this. And I would also like to add on a bit and say that let us not limit ourselves to manufacturing. There's a huge section of service sector MSMEs, especially those in the hospitality sector. Hospitality, the hotels, the small hotels, guest houses, they were the first to hit by COVID. First thing we did was stop traveling. So nobody stays in the hotels. And probably they will be the last to recover from it. So the period of them suffering is huge. So we should not forget about those MSMEs. For that, QCI has partnered with Ministry of Tourism and has come across a program where the government guidelines are structured on the lines of WASH, and it is called SATHI, System for Assessment, Awareness and Training for Hospitality Industry. And we are reaching out to all hotels. So far, more than 4,000 hotels all over India have already been trained directly one-to-one, not a mass webinar. 40, 30 people in one training program, training them about COVID-related protocols that can be in place, contactless checking, contactless, how to identify touch points, etc., etc., etc. So these has been in place. And moving on, if we talk about once we have this protocol in place, then we can actually think about improving our systems and processes. And for that, QCI is already in association with Ministry of MSME is coming out with their schemes in a revamped manner, keeping in mind all these things. So the Z and the lean schemes are being revamped, redesigned, coming out with incentives in place. So earlier these schemes did not have inbuilt external incentives. They may be financial incentives, incentive related to ease of doing business, etc., etc. These schemes will now come out with inbuilt incentives. So if I am an MSME, I would really be happy to see these incentives in place. I would adopt those best practices, because for me right now, lack of manpower, liquidity, cash flow, these are a lot of concerns in front of me right now, and that too, making sure that everyone around me is safe with reference to COVID. So I will end it here by saying that if we need to enhance our exports, if we truly want to be Atmanirbhar Bharat, if we truly want to be vocal for local, we first need to, okay, it may take a bit of time to be truly Atmanirbhar Bharat, but we first need to do a comprehensive nationwide mapping of all of the products across 739 odd districts that we have, with a dedicated ground force, which would actually bucket the products into 3 broad categories. First categories, those goods and products that are almost as good as the imported ones, we have that category ready with that research. Second category, those goods and products which are inferior to the imported ones. And the third category, imported goods and products that have no local substitute. So once we have this data, we can actually go ahead and do whatever all the panelists have said regarding marketing, regarding having systems and processes in place, quality processes, product testing. All these things could come into place once we have these 3 points properly researched, and we know that goods and product which are as good as, so import substitution can actually take place then. So with this, I will hand it over back to you, Mukundji. Thank you so much for my 5 minutes of fame. Thank you so much, CII.
Dr. Sir, thank you very much. What I can convey to our MSME friends, and surely our zonal groups will convey, that go to the website of QCFI and look at the WASH protocols, because that is going to help us. That is number one. Second is, do not hesitate to get assessed, because it is in our benefit. And be it preventive maintenance, be it waste disposal, be it transportation care, these are very vital aspects for the purpose of business continuity. And as regards to your division of product, I will come back to you once again in a very specific question. But thank you very much for your inputs. Now we have our few questions are addressed, but there are a couple of questions which we will take. We have 8 minutes in hand, and we will take 3 or 4 questions. My request to the panelists is, I will ask a question to a specific person, but answer within 2 minutes so that we can finish in time. I will ask my first question to Inamke sir, that as regards to MSME suppliers from India, we talk about the loyalty challenges, we talk about uncertainty challenges. In your opinion, or with your experience, is this true? And if it is so, how to deal with this problem? Typical loyalty issues or uncertainty issues, how to deal with, and is it really true? Inamke sir.
Yeah, I think. Are you able to hear me, Mukund?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I think, of course, the loyalty challenges are there, but I will just explain you, how to deal with it, for example, like Cummins, when we are dealing with India-based suppliers, I think, when whole issue came in terms of, because for US, I think the supply chains are very long, where parts, reach US after 8 weeks. And that is where then, even during COVID, I think in US, when the demand went up, I think the suppliers which we are working for last 20, 25 years, I think the way they have done is that, they have prioritized, Cummins parts over other customers, and made sure that, the supplies are made, to the, and, our plants are running in the US, and we, made a special appreciation to all these business partners in India. I think very important is that I can say the key takeaway, Mukund, is that prioritize in these uncertain times and make sure that who are your top 3 or 4 customers, how you can meet their orders and prioritize which leads to your customer satisfaction, Mukund.
Actually, a tough activity, but the message that you have given is all said and done when there are challenges and you can do limited. The prioritization is important, is the message.
Yeah.
I will take next question to Mr. Sangram, and you have both experiences. There is one question which is received, that someone has asked question that, is it possible to supply to both domestic as well as export market effectively? Can we manage both mindsets properly? The question says, low profitability in India, high profitability in export. Can we really manage the priority and mindset to justify both? What your experience is? You are on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, my experience on this is, we can do both the business, domestic as well as export business. If you take my case, out of the 120 crores business that I do, 40% is into exports and 60% is into the domestic market. And one thing, we have made it very clear that there is no standard like domestic standard and export standard. In our organization, the standard remains the same. And we are choosing the domestic customers. We have chosen domestic customers who have these export standard requirements in their domestic business also. Like I am a supplier to John Deere, I am a supplier to Daimler. So these are the companies which do not compromise whether it is an export business or whether it is for the domestic requirement. So the culture within the organization is such that there is no need to standards, something for domestic and something for export. And that is the culture has been evolved. It is not that people in the minds of the people they have this kind of a feeling. Let us have something for exports. Yes, we can compromise something, and for the domestic and not for the exports. But I have changed the mindset of these people. As I said, psychological training also. So that training has really helped our organization, and there is no need to standards. The standard remains the same. You can take the same product for domestic, you can take the same product for export. Only the packaging will change, nothing else will change.
Actually, understood your point, very valid, that let's not worry about mindset. Do not have separate standards, and then your problem is resolved.
And this concept should be top driven. The MSME entrepreneur should drive that concept himself. Otherwise, if he has two standards in his own mind, then it is difficult.
Okay. Doctor, my question to you, and that is on the last point that you have mentioned, because one question is quite relevant. The question is, when I know India market very well, why I should really go into the new market, that is export market, understand that market, and do both product development as well as market development? When I understand India market, why should not I go for import substitute? So probably your grouping is very close to it. I want you to elaborate, and is really import substitution is equally good business strategy as promoting exports? I think you are on mute. Doctor, you are on mute.
Is this question for me, Mukunji?
Yes, it is for you.
Okay. So
continue with your that grouping of the product. I am equal to export product and so on.
All right.
But question is import substitution is equally good strategy like export?
It is. See, what I was trying to emphasize there was, if we really truly want to be Atmanirbhar, if we truly want to be vocal for local, we need to identify all those products. Because see, let me be very honest here. I cannot tell X country to don't send me that product unless you meet a specific standard, unless I am myself making at that particular standard. So for me, I need to build my own capability. I need to build my own capacity. So that is where import substitution assumes a very significant role. That is the reason I had recommended that there should be a grouping, a study should be done. We should know, because if like a little while back, Sangramji and Inamkeji were talking about, and very rightly said, he doesn't make products separately for Lucknow, then there's another for Delhi, another for US. He just changed the packaging. That's brilliant. And that is the way it should be done. So we need to identify where we are as good as those products which are being imported, so that we can lift up our own production there. We need to identify wherever we are inferior to what we are importing, so that we lift that also up, and then identify those products for which there is no substitute, for which we have no other option but to import, so that we can build our own capacity. So that is why import substitution assumes such a strong significance, because let me put it in one line. For us, to become self-reliant, this is not something which can happen overnight. For me to be self-reliant, I have to build my own capacity, make myself strong enough, my systems, my processes, the quality has to be good, and I have to have a holistic look in my own manufacturing, wherein I take care of the environment, also the natural resources. So collectively, I need to become competitive. So there is some cross. Okay, so probably he was on another conference also. The idea here is to become globally competitive. Idea of global competitiveness is not new. You are already aware of it, and that is where the Z and the lead schemes can actually help our MSMEs here. So that is my 2-bit here, Mukundji.
So it is 6:50. We are moving towards conclusion. Thank you very much for grouping that MSME should understand whether their product is as per export quality, then it's one strategy. Are they inferior than export quality, then they have another strategy. And they need to identify that there is no import substitute, can be the third strategy. I thank all panelists for giving valuable inputs. The respective speech I was summarizing at that point. So I am nothing to summarize at the end of everything. So I declare with many thanks that this session is concluded. Thank you very much. Over to you, Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mukund.
Thank you, panelists and moderator, for that excellent session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of the day 2 for the 6th CII Western Region Digital MSME Summit and Exhibition. With this, I would also like to welcome you all to the 3rd day of the MSME Summit, which is tomorrow on Saturday, 31st of October. We have an excellent session on HR skills program for MSMEs, people professionals for the new normal. This session will be moderated by Ms. Manu Vadva, the Chief Human Resource Officer from Sony Pictures, and have some excellent speakers from various companies joining in. Post that, we would have a special session on remote FAT solutions for MSMEs presented by Mr. Amal Jaiswal from Siemens Limited. And then we have the much anticipated and awaited buyer-seller meet presentation starting from 2:30. Over here, we have certain excellent buyers who have confirmed their presence with us, like ABB Power Product Systems Limited, Fiat India Limited, Tata Motors, Godrej Appliances, Ashok Leyland, Larsen & Toubro Defence, Siemens India Limited, and CII Towers Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I declare the day 2 of the MSME Summit as closed. Thank you and see you tomorrow.